Hi, my name's Roxy, and I am the director and architect of the Design Science Studio, and I am so happy to welcome everyone back, or everyone who is inside of the event in the Zoom room. Thanks for being a part of this magical celebration. This is our 7th day of the Global Confluence for Creators of Regenerative Futures, Regenera Rising, which is a celebration crafted by the Design Science Studio in partnership with so many different organizations and initiatives and 144 revolutionary creators who are also launching all of their creative projects into the world at the same time. And alongside all of these initiatives and thought leaders and organizations, these creators are and have been collectively unified by a mission to direct their creativity towards facilitating an equitable and just transition to a regenerative future that works for all life. I am really happy to share a video of all of their voices. We've shared it one other time during the summit, and it's really special just to hear all of their visions of what a world that works for 100% of life feels like.
Greetings.
What does it feel like to live in a world that works for 100% of life?
I would describe it with one word: reciprocity.
I live in a world that is guided by the principle of love.
In a world that works for 100% of all life, I feel connected to everyone and everything.
I see beautiful collaboration between nature and humans.
I see life inspiring more of life.
I see a world that is open to our body and to our senses.
A world that works for all is powered by diversity.
There is community in diversity.
I feel a collective belonging where everyone celebrates how amazing planet Earth and the universe is.
It would feel like compassionate, inclusive, safe for all beings that dwell here.
Rather than being all on our own and disintegrated and dismembered, everyone is allowed to find their place in the greater web of life.
And how will this happen? We're going to start to understand more about design science, how systems interconnect and evolve and change over time.
We would use models of living, and we would grow the worlds and environments around us.
All human beings accepting themselves for who they are.
In our world, I envision all living systems projecting poetry, while life itself is in the making.
Creativity is our birthright, not just some people, everybody.
Imagination, inspiration, science, art, and nature drive regenerative solutions that help us explore our full potential as responsible stewards and crew of Spaceship Earth.
We are free to express ourselves creatively without any fear of retribution.
It would feel peaceful. It would feel joy. It would feel unjudged.
I can feel the sense of belonging wherever I go, whatever I touch. What I touch touches me as well.
I feel vitality, aliveness, joy, and gratitude.
I think it would feel like fun.
This is all dynamic. And so not just our structures, as Bucky said, the physical structures, not just those, but everything that we do is interconnected and transforming constantly.
I envision a world of shared authority and communal decision-making through diverse modes of communication.
Everyone is doing their part, playing their perfect part in the whole for the betterment of all beings. I see people everywhere pursuing their passions and benefiting the whole.
And this is how it feels to be one with all.
Art, science, consciousness, and togetherness. That's all we view together in Design Science Studio.
We have learned how to live in balance, to give more than we take, and we have designed systems that allow us to live in harmony with the planet and one another to support our collective thrival.
We're here, sensing, what it would be like to live in a world that works for 100% life.
From my heart, I bear witness to the energy, the regenerative energy that envelops me, that envelops we as we spend less time in advocacy for things that we want to change and more time in beaming the truth, full truth of our being. Ashe.
Welcome to your future.
Yay! I want to just invite everyone to take a moment to feel into what is the future that works for 100% life, look 100% of life feel like to you, and how has that changed? How has that evolved over your life, over the last few days, over the last few minutes? So I'm just going to play a song from Wahimia, one of the members of the Design Science Studio, and just give us a moment to feel. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today for the second annual That's not the song. This is the song. But yeah, as you listen, just give yourself a moment, pause, a reflection, and feel into what does a world that works for 100% of life feel like to you? coming into whatever completion feels like for your thoughts. And I'm gonna invite you all to share those thoughts through this interactive slide. So I'm going to push present and you will see a QR code. And then you can share what your visions look like. What are your visions for a world that works for all? So you'll you can scan the code, or you can just go straight to this link that I put in the chat. Let's see. 1 person so far, 3, 4. Keep them coming. Well, I see we're gonna be popping in here. Got regenerative for you. So now tell us, what is the world that works for 100% of life feel like? What are your voices? What are your visions? Joyous. Light, knowing, freedom. I love that sacred heart. That is sufficient. It would feel right. Obvious, symbiotic, and harmonious. There's abundance for everyone, and joy and love. All sentience is equally considered and cared for. Our intuition and characteristics are celebrated. Life is creative and regenerative. Move both fast and slow. Oh, I love that. I think this is a perfect segue to what's coming up next, because cultivating your visions and your voices, the world that for all life is critical. Feels like swimming through sunlight. Feels like magical scaffolds of support. A world where everything is judged by the poetry that underlies. Feels like a beautiful picture. How a poem is made. Oh, I love that. I believe the model should say all, and for that I would say love flowing inside and outside as we recognize we are mirrors. There's no more need to worry. Everyone has the best intentions and want to get even better. Life is a blessing to be a part of, and it's a celebration. It's exactly these visions that we so carefully steward here at the Design Science Studio, and we encourage these visions of a world that works for all life. And that is what we are here so deeply passionate doing, and want to continue doing, as our decade-long mission has just begun. And as a part of this decade-long mission, what we do at the Design Science Studio is we create places, spaces to bring these visions forward, to encourage them and to empower and embolden creators from all over the world who are helping to make a world work for all of life. And here in this second annual summit of Regenerative, this is a critical component, bringing all of your voices forward and how those voices may be very, very, very critical to the path ahead that works for all. I have the pleasure in just a few moments of welcoming one of the revolutionaries of the Design Science Studio up on the stage. First, I'm going to just take a quick moment to share how you can help to embolden and empower the work that we do in the world, as we have a campaign that we've been running during the launch and the summit. And we also know that we primarily focus our energy on making sure that we are platforming all of these voices. And those of you who maybe don't know who we are and what we do and why we're doing it, be sure to take the time to let you know the why and what. So share my screen. Awesome. So we are an educational incubator for the arts and as a part of our collective mission, we embolden and empower global creators who are imagining a regenerative future that ignites conversation and inspiration and action, leading to the transition to a world that works for all. And it is these stories, it is these messages, it is these initiatives that have always helped to change the systems. And this new narrative for cultural change is critical, as we are the seeds to reimagine life on this planet. And so we have been making ripples. We've been supporting incredible artists around the world. We're a nonprofit program. And after this 11-day event, this 53 number will go up to 64. I can do math too. And so many visionary speakers and projects launched into the world. Another 144 this year. 9 team members, part-time team, and many partnerships, people who are in a consortium of support of this mission. And so with all of the creators that we're supporting and the participants that we've been able to engage, we are so happy to know that it's working, and this program and this community is touching the lives of people all around the world. And it as Meyer says, it has emerged by and for the architects of the future. There's a really beautiful Bucky quote that says something about like how if you want to help the creative future, you have to participate in the process. And so here we are. We're participating. We're bringing forth all of our creative energy, all mediums, all walks of life, our voice, our actions, our art, because we know that art can change history. And we want to keep doing this great work, and we need your support. And so we launched a fundraiser to support helping to get more of this beautiful content out into the world, to prepare for the next cohort, to strengthen the community of practice, the alumni, the ways that other people can plug in and be also woven into the fabric of this collective mission, because it's a movement. And there's no contribution too small. If you came in not sure what this was all about, and you got a scholarship ticket, maybe you have spent 7 days here and you're like, yes, this is worth it. You know, contribute something like that is huge. And if you know someone who's a steward of wealth and who believes in the power of art for cultural change, then we would love to have you share this campaign with them to be able to support. Only $1,500 can support an artist to complete the program. I personally do not come from wealth. My mother is a single mother, and my parents are amazing people, but I've definitely been a pull myself from my bootstraps kind of human and worked super hard. And I have personally funded by working on the side a lot of this program, and there's only so much that a few humans can do, and so just welcoming forth more support in whatever way that value can come forward is something that the team and I are really eager to step boldly into and welcome, because we know that it's a value exchange, and that exchange can't happen if we don't ask for it. So we are, and we are really passionate about creating more spaces and places that can inspire change, that can bring forward these visions of the world that works for all, like Regenerative, like this content living library that we want to make accessible to so many people, like the Green Book, which we've invited you all to contribute to, and we will share with you again how to contribute to it a little later in this session. All to say, thank you for being regenerous. We have in the last few days raised a bit of money, and now we're at just over $1,000 of our $60,000 goal. So if you contribute at all, we would love that. There's a bit.ly, it's fund/Regenera. We'll put it in the chat, the direct link to the classic campaign. And yeah, Marley, so far it's $1,019 of what we've raised so far. Awesome. And yeah, the goal is $60,000. So we would love, and that's our first stretch goal. And what that does is it, allows us to do so much over the summer, to create the first bits of the Green Book, to get it out there, to really strengthen the prep for the program, and also to be able to help to create more resources for others through getting this content, hundreds and hundreds of hours of content that we have collected of the visionaries over the last few years to get into the world, and so much more. And then as we have other fundraising goals, that will start to create structures so that we can actually be able to be granting the artists who are in the program not only scholarships but grants. And so the more that we can kind of strengthen our core and be good scaffolding, then we'll be able to support others. So I'll wrap there. We'll talk more about the Green Book later today. Thank you for being with us in Natura, and thank you also for Wahimia for this music that is from one of our artists. He is a revolutionary from Kenya, and the song is called Voices. Thank you. The link is in the chat for the fundraiser. And what's also super awesome is the front page of the fundraiser is actually Marley. You can see her beautiful face, who is going to be presenting next and sharing about her experience in the Design Science Studio and why this program matters to her. So, and Marley also was one of the generous people who have supported the fundraiser. So thank you, Marley. This video is really wonderful. You can hear a lot of the voices of the cohort members there. And with that, I give the floor to you, Marley. Thanks for being patient. I know it's a few minutes over, but really excited I wanted to really weave in everyone's voices and hear their visions of a world that works for all, because we've been sharing so many of ours, and now you're going to help people strengthen those voices. So welcome. Hi, Bali from Regenera. We welcome you.
Hello. Yes, I'm calling in from Bali. Yeah, everybody here, being a part of the Design Science Studio has been one of the most transformative things I've ever done. If you are not already a student and you feel compelled and inspired by the subjects that you've been learning about this week, become a student, because it will 100% change your life to have 4 to more hours a week, really synergizing with these geniuses all around the world. It's completely expanded my capacity and imagination of what's possible, not only for myself and my community, but for us as an entire human species here on the planet at this time. So really, thank you so much, Roxy. Thank you so much, Bliss, Nico, Harris, the whole team that has just put so much of your heart and soul into this, because we can feel your passion. And this really ties into the importance of the work that I'm bringing forward is whenever you don't have these types of communities, whenever you don't have a sounding board or a reflection of something that's really important to you, you can feel like an isolated genius, especially whenever it's these deep of theories, and you can feel really alone in that process. So today, what I'm going to introduce you to is Harmonize, which is a voice activation practice that has been a huge stepping stones within my own life to cultivating my dreams coming true. And part of that is being able to find everybody here, the people like you, where we can culminate and dream and create together. Your voice is the most important tool that you have for your manifestation, for your ability to foster and steward healthy relationships with others. And relationships are key to every single thing that we're doing. So I would just like everyone to please take a moment and share in the chat, what is your relationship with your voice? Is this a question you've even ever thought about before? What is your relationship with your voice? Is your voice something that you like to keep to yourself and it's intimate? Is your voice something that you like to share with others, that you create story with, that you create solutions with? What did you learn from your parents, from the adults around you, whenever it came to communicating with transparency and honesty? And what we're really going to get into today is singing. What is your relationship with your singing voice? Are you a shower singer only, or do you ever get on a microphone to do karaoke? Has anyone in your life ever told you that perhaps you have a bad singing voice or to be quiet? These are really important questions because it starts to help us understand how we relate to our voice. And our voice is truly key to creating the life that we want. Our mind holds all these visions and imaginations. Our heart holds the passion. Our sacral holds our creative abilities. And our voice is what brings it all forward and turns it from a frequency into a denser frequency that can then begin to materialize. So it is so important as visionaries, as solutionaries, as creatives for us to all come out of the closet in a really huge way and begin to share our voice. Because whenever you share your most authentic self, whenever you share your dreams, your hopes, your vulnerabilities, your desires, other people have an opportunity to meet you where you are. And so often, as very imaginative people, people have not yet considered the ability to meet you where you are. Right? But it can take a lot of courage to express yourself authentically. So I'm just going to go through here and I'm going to look at a couple of things people are sharing about the relationship with their voice. And this is what we're going to be doing for the next 45 minutes is I'm going to guide you through a harmonized somatic healing practice where I'm going to guide you through the first module of a couple of vocal clearing exercises. So people's relationships with their voice often has been blocked by childhood trauma. Absolutely. And feel free to share some of those traumas that are in there. My relationship with my voice feels distant at times. I'm a former radio news reporter, and I've been told I have a powerful voice, but it scares me. Sometimes when I hear myself, it doesn't quite sound like me. Yeah, radio news reporter, that's like a whole persona put on a voice, right? So then we talk about what is transparency and authenticity in a voice. It starts to get really chewy. Like, what is our real voice? Right now, I'm speaking to you and I'm bringing forward energy. I'm projecting. So I have a different voice than when I'm speaking to, my lover, or whenever I'm speaking to a child. We have filters of voice, and that's okay. That gets to be part of our play and our imagination. I learned from my mother that there's something wrong with my voice. Although I did sing in school choir and felt competent enough back then, that was somehow lost along the way. This is one of the most common ones that I see whenever we're working on clearing the vocal chakra, is recognizing what did you see in the adults around you and their relationship with their voice. Often, if someone's mother had suppressed her own voice, meaning she didn't communicate in a healthy relationship, or she doubted her own singing abilities and spoke bad about her singing voice, we as children, osmosis, and we take that on and we turn it into meaning something about us. I love this one. My voice is powerful and radiates love and joy. She's beginning to grow in vastness. She is learning to be heard and respected. Yes. When I'm absolutely relaxed, my voice gets real deep and vibrates my heart. Absolutely. So Let's see. My voice wants to be heard so deeply. Learning to communicate was something I developed to belong, and yet I have a really hard time getting out there as both a visionary with regenerative ideas as well as a singer. I love to sing and really want to be in a band, but I've not figured out how yet. Right? This is a big one. Getting on a stage and joining a band. You just start talking to people about music. Once you do it, it just comes straight into your sphere. And a little blocked, pulling the language out can be challenging. All right, my voice manifests. Thank you so much, you guys, for sharing your relationship with your voice. This is setting the stage so that we can move into our tenderness, so that we can move into our power from that place of authenticity. I'll share a little bit about my relationship with my voice. I went my whole life not really consciously engaging with my awareness. I did what was right. I succeeded. I was very ambitious, but those ambitions were built around a paradigm that I had been taught was the reality that I wanted. That I should want, which is get a good job, find a good husband, make good money, have babies, retire. And by 28, I had manifested literally like America's dream life. I was in an amazing relationship, engaged to an incredible man, but it didn't feel quite right. I was making incredible money at a prestigious job, doing something that I was really good at, but it didn't fill my heart. And I was part of a thriving, popular social scene and a popular social city, and I felt super empty and alone. And I just had to look around at my life and be like, if I have everything that I'm supposed to have ever wanted, why do I feel so lost? Who am I? What am I? And through that journey of in 2011, learning how to meditate, I started waking up. And it took 4 years of silence and isolation and fear of thinking that I was crazy as I started to see the world differently than everyone around me, to finally start to pursue my own path and create my own life. So when I did burst free, like 4 years later, into my true being, I realized that singing was a powerful tool that opened up my throat chakra. And by singing and facing all my fears of singing, it actually helped me address all my fears of communicating. And my inability to communicate was what had held me back in my entire life from taking the steps and the actions and building the relationships and doing the things that I actually desired to do, because I didn't know how to, number one, listen to my own inner voice, my intuition. And I didn't know how to then speak clearly in a way that other people could hear from my intuition. And I didn't know how to ask for what I desired or set boundaries. And those 3 things are key to understanding who your soul is and to manifest the life of your dreams from a place of your soul, not from the ego and not from conditioning. That is also in harmony with other people's dream lives. Communication is so central. So let's go ahead and begin some of the practices. We're going to start by waking up the body. So I invite you to camera on, camera off, whatever is most comfortable for you, to sit with yourself, stand, whatever you like, with your spine straight. We're going to close our eyes and just begin to wake up the body with our breath. So I'm going to close my eyes and go into this with you. Bringing in all of our energy, all of our presence, all of our power right here, right now, into this moment. And muting ourselves so we can be in the spaciousness of silence together. Taking a deep breath of air in through your nose and exhaling through your mouth. Taking another deep breath of air in through your nose, and as you breathe in through your nose, hold the breath in at the top, breathing in all of your presence, all of your power, all of your being right here, right now, into this moment, coming fully into our center. And exhale through the mouth, relaxing the jaw. And one more, just like that, breathing in through the nose, breathing in all of your energy, opening up every single cell to receive the light, the love, the presence and support of life all around us, breathing all the way into our body. Exhaling through the mouth. And now keeping your eyes closed, Form your lips into the shape of an O and begin to breathe air in and out through your pursed lips, as though you're breathing air in and out through a straw, following along with me. And this should be audible, really feeling the breath coming in and out of your body. Last couple of breaths, really feeling the breath coming into your body, breathing in deep, breathing in all the way, breathing in through your mouth, exhaling hard. And now at the top of the next inhalation, hold your breath in at the top, feel the breath all the way in your body, filling your lungs, holding it at the top. Exhale, let the breath go. Keeping your eyes closed, feeling the tingling sensation of prana, life force energy, coursing through your body. Your voice is one of a kind. It is a unique compilation of all of your thoughts, all of your feelings, and all of your life experiences. Everything that it is to be you comes across whenever you choose to use your voice to sing and to speak, which is why it can be so nerve-wracking to do so, because your soul is put on display. But it's in these acts of authentic self-expression that you remember who you are, and that others have an opportunity to remember who they are. So today, we are coming together to activate and celebrate the uniqueness that is found in you and your voice alone. So coming back into this present moment, opening your eyes and feeling free to share in the chat what that experience was like with you. I'm going to go ahead and guide us into the next exercise. So for this next exercise, I want us to begin to connect to the home of our voice. The home of the voice is in our sacral chakra. This is our second energy center. It is located behind the belly button. So go ahead and take your right hand, and I want you to place your right hand over your gut, over your belly button, and maybe just rub your hand in some circles, put some pressure there. We're going to begin to activate our sacral chakra. The home of the voice resides in the sacral chakra. Your sacral chakra is the home of your sexuality and sensuality. It's the home of your creativity. It's your deepest chakra. It's the home of all of your past lives, so your infinite, timeless wisdom. And it's also the home of your voice. So whenever you're speaking and whenever you're singing, you want to really connect to this part of your body, to speak from your gut, to listen to your gut, to your intuition, and to speak and sing from that place. So that way you're really communicating from a grounded place that is of the infinite sense of self, that which you most desire to create. So this first exercise is really just to help us begin to tune the body with our humming voice, to relax our nervous system so that we can drop our consciousness, our energy deeper into our sacral. So let's go ahead and close our eyes again if you're comfortable. And I'm going to put on a tanpura, which is an instrument from India where I began my own journey with voice activation. And we're just going to hum for a couple of minutes. And as we hum, I want you to breathe in through your nose and keep your mouth closed. And as you're doing this, feel the top of your tongue pressing against the roof of your mouth. And as you do that, allow the vibration from your voice to become a conduit, creating a center line of vibration all the way through your body, really connecting to your sacral chakra. All right. So with our eyes closed, taking a deep breath in through the nose, closing your mouth, and resting your tongue against the roof of your mouth, we're going to hum and just listen to your voice, feeling into your gut, feeling into your sacral. And as you're humming, notice if your mind is having any thoughts, and use this as an opportunity to listen to the sound of your voice rather than your thoughts. And as you continue to do this humming exercise, feeling the top of your tongue pressing against the roof of your mouth, listening to the sound of your humming rather than your thoughts, begin to feel your nervous system relax. And recognize any places in your body where you might be holding tension still. And go ahead and send the vibration of your voice to that part of your body, bringing your whole body deeper into a state of relaxation. For these last couple of seconds here, go ahead and amplify the volume. Notice how it feels when you hum, using the volume of your voice, still listening, still staying connected to your gut, and turning up the volume, breathing in. Last two. Last one. And then coming into silence, feeling your body, noticing any changes in your sense of presence, in your emotions, in your feeling state, and feel free to share in the chat. How was that for you? What are you noticing now? So humming is a very simple exercise to bring your full body into a state of relaxation. Whenever you hum, you are shaking the vocal cords. Whenever you speak, whenever you sing, whenever you hum, your vocal cords are vibrating. Your vocal cords rest right against the vagus nerve. So your vagus nerve begins to vibrate. Your vagus nerve is the longest nerve in your whole body, extending all the way from the brainstem down into the gut, and it branches out along the way like roots of a tree, touching your organs. Whenever you're singing, humming, speaking, you can intentionally do so in a way to send that vibration through your body as a somatic healing tool to put your body into a state of deep relaxation. This is a really neat trick for whenever you feel nervous, anxiety, whenever you're feeling shy, anger, sadness. It's a really quick way to just reset the nervous system and reset the body. And this is part of the voice activation practices, because often whenever we need to get in front of a group of people to communicate something that's really close to our heart, it can feel like we're literally giving them our heart. And that can be a nerve-wracking place to be. So before you sing or speak, if you have a tendency to get nervous, just humming for 2 minutes with this exercise, listening to the sound of your voice and feeling the vibration move through your body can completely reset your nervous system so that you're able to be wholly present, clear, and available to your audience. So feel free to share what's coming up for you as I'm speaking, as you're going through the practice yourself. This next exercise, we're going to start with a really simple practice, and I'll go ahead and write it here in the chat. We're going to say me 5 times. So it's just going to sound like me, 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 me. And for this exercise, I invite you to either look in a mirror or to pull up your own image here on Zoom to look at your own face and to gaze into your own eyes as we're doing this practice. It's going to be short me's, one long me. And as we do this, be sure to fill the lungs with breath and continue to stay connected to your sacral chakra, to your gut, really feeling your voice come from that place in your body, consciously doing this. All right, so let's see. The tempura ansi. Yes, funny. Enjoyed hearing my voice match yours and notice some strain in my throat as I hummed. Absolutely. If you're feeling a strain, everybody, soften. Soften the throat and engage your core muscles. Engage your abdominal muscles and bring more breath into your body. That's going to help you from straining on the throat and engaging like a somatic exercise. This is a full body experience. Engage your core muscles. Push the air out with your belly. Get strength there so you're not forcing here. All right, let's go ahead and begin. Sitting straight, connecting to your sacral chakra, to your gut, using the sound of your voice as a meditative tool to listen to your voice rather than your thoughts. Let's go ahead and begin just by saying me. Breathing in. Me, me, me. Remembering to look at your own image here on the Zoom screen, breathing in. And listening to the sound of your voice, notice if thoughts are coming up and just let them go by. Listen to the sound of your voice. All right, and last one, and really feel it now. Feel yourself, feel your body, listen to your voice. Breathing in. So, how was that for you? How was that exercise? Go ahead and feel free to share in the chat. What came up? What did you notice as you were saying the words me over again? Were there any thoughts that came up? How does your body feel? What emotions are you experiencing? I'm moving through these practices a little bit fast today because this workshop is about half the time of the usual voice activation workshops, just so I can give you a sample of things to begin to explore in your own time. So things that people noticed was my first instinct was to distract myself from being connected to myself. Absolutely. It is so easy for us to give and to give and to give, and it can be challenging to receive. So the first thing that we learn how to do is how to give to ourselves, which is why this exercise is so powerful to do it whenever you're eye gazing with yourself, acknowledging yourself, giving yourself your own presence and attention, deep. That was hypnotic, and I got kind of teary-eyed at the end. Yes, Bunny, it is really hypnotic. Whenever you start to activate the whole body with the singing voice, we begin to move our energy and we access deep emotions. I enjoyed the me's, but I found that seeing myself was difficult. I kept closing my eyes. Absolutely, that's totally normal. So the reason we start with an exercise where we're saying me is because it's likely to get you to start thinking about yourself. Oh, me. Oh, thinking about me can be an uncomfortable thing to do, especially whenever we have something to speak or to sing with others. Because what happens is if we make it about ourselves, we tend to contract, we tend to shut down and shrink. And so whenever you realize that you are truly just the steward of a vision, of a voice, of an energy, of a song that wants to move through you, you can begin to release and relax from the idea of me and move into what I love what Jana just said, the endless self. You can stop self-associating as like, I'm Marley wearing a purple dress with brown blonde hair. And you can start to be like, I am life force energy emanating through this human body that is materialized so that more life force energy can materialize through me as me in my environment. And whenever you start to really resonate with your environment in that way, so the shyness, the nervousness, the ego trip, it starts to disappear. Because you remember who and what you really are, and you can begin to speak and create from that place, which really helps us cultivate courage and compassion, whether we're performing or communicating. All right. So let's do the next one, eh? Next one is we are going to say, and I'll write it here in the chat. We're going to go beep, 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 beep. Kusteme. We're going to go mi, me, ma, mo, mu. And as we do this exercise, mi, me, ma, mo, mu, we are going to greatly exaggerate our pronunciation. Okay? So if you have your camera on, I want you to put your face close to the lens for a second and do this with me. We're going to go mi, me, ma, mo, mu. Awesome. It's a little bit obnoxious, but this is what we're doing for this exercise. We're going to emphasize our pronunciation. Why? Let's do the practice first, and I'll tell you why afterwards. So I'm going to point to my lips. I encourage you to look at your own reflection again so you can see your face. Feel your face. This should be chewy. You should feel the muscles. All right. Breathing in again, connecting to your gut, connecting to your own unique reflection, feeling your face muscles, and listening to the sound of your voice, even when thoughts want to come in and pull you away from the sensation of just feeling and listening. Take a deep breath in. Me, me, ma, mo. Last one, really feel yourself, embody it, listen to your voice, feel your gut, exaggerate the pronunciation. Let's go, breathing in. Me, me, ma, mo. All right, you guys, good job. Feel free to share in the chat. How's your face feel? How does your body feel? Where are your emotions at right now? And notice, what does your energy level look like right now compared to before we began these practices? What is your level of presence and self-awareness feel right now? We've only been doing this for about 20 minutes, right? So just notice your feeling state. Fantastic. So I'm going to teach you one last trick here. One last trick, and then I'm going to invite you into Harmonize and share with you what it is that we can do together, because Design Science Studio is coming to an end and my heart is really sad about it. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss these meetings. And so I'm going to invite you into what I'm stewarding and holding as well. But before I do this last exercise, whenever we have something to communicate or sing, it's really common to feel our throat become constricted, right? It's just like, this is for a reason. We have historically called visionaries heretics, intuitive medicine women witches. People have been hung, they've been beheaded, they've been burned at the stake, they've been hung on a cross for speaking the truth. There's a reason that we have inherited epigenetics that make us feel like we are going to die if we speak our deepest truth. This is real. And it's so easy to rewrite that story, to change our DNA, to go into epigenetics and to change that story. And right now it is so necessary. We are in an unprecedented time. The whole world literally shut down and gave us nothing but spaciousness to reconsider who, what, and why we are. May we use this as a gift to catalyze the regenerative future that we are really here talking about, dreaming about. Your voice is so important right now, because if you're on this call, you are of the niche of the niche of the niche. And that means you have something really important to bring forward. So this last thing, if you feel your throat getting constricted and closed up, it's so easy. I want everyone to take a big yawn. Ready? Let's take a yawn together. Just open your mouth. All right. We're going to do that again. But this time, when you yawn, I want you to keep your mouth closed. And whenever you yawn really big, feel the back of your throat opening up when you yawn. You can do that a couple times. I invite you to yawn a few times with your mouth closed. You're going to feel your throat opening up. You're going to feel your larynx relaxing. You're going to feel the cavernous shape inside of your mouth. Your throat can always feel like this. You can always have that relaxation in your body, in your communication. So once again, before you go into a place of communication or performance, whether this is personal or professional, take a big yawn with your mouth closed and check, is my throat open right now? This is a retraining our body, literally changing our body. All right, so just having the awareness that we have today is going to create a significant difference. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much, but practice what I've taught you. I'm going to remind you, the first thing was breath. Bring breath into your body, wake your body up, get the prana flowing. Second, tune your body. We are just made of vibration. Everything is vibration. Each one of our energy centers, our chakras, has a unique frequency, has a unique sound. You can literally tune your body, opening up your heart, opening up your third eye, grounding into your root. Doing that with the simple humming exercise with the top of your tongue resting against the roof of your mouth, imagining yourself as a tuning fork. Whenever you're speaking and singing, listen to the sound of your voice and not your mind. Your body knows what to say. The spirit wants to move through you as you. If you listen with prime curiosity, the way I'm doing right now with you in front of you, I'm practicing this, teaching you as I do it. We get to learn at the same time. I don't pretend to hold all the wisdom from my, 34 years of life experience. That's what it is to be a wisdom keeper. You open yourself up to the infinite. You listen, you feel, does this feel good in my body? And finally, pronouncing, because when you pronounce your words, people understand you. We live in a culture of mumbling. And what happens when you mumble is people can't understand you. If you aren't articulating, if you aren't speaking clearly, people can't hear you. If people can't understand what you're saying, they're going to stop listening. If they stop listening, you then get the feedback message that what you're saying is unimportant. And what happens? You stop communicating. Something as simple as pronunciation can give you the confidence and courage to really say what's on your heart, in your body, and in your knowing. And finally, keep your throat open. Doing that with a closed mouth yawn is a really easy way to begin to train your body to keep your throat open, even when you're not thinking about it. All right. If you have any questions, put it in the chat. If you want to share your experience, put it in the chat. I'm super curious. I'm going to do some screen share to invite you into what's coming up in my world because I'm going to miss you. And, you know, it's going to be a while until this comes back together, this cohort. So feel free to take a screenshot of what it is that I'm pulling up here. So you can come back to the information on your own time. Oh, and that's something fun too. I love playing with light language. We didn't get into that today, but light language is a big part of it. All right. So, closing notes, you guys. Singing it out. The greatest thing you're ever going to learn is how to sing your heart song, how to bring your body into life, into congruence, into alignment with your soul, because that is why we're here. We're not here to live out somebody else's dream. We're here to be our own weavers. And singing is the way to do that. It is said Saraswati, the Hindu goddess, sang existence into reality. You can literally do the same. Ways that I want to help you do this. I want to take you deeper. We are about to launch our next season of Harmonize. Harmonize is a 6-week program where we meet twice a week for 2 hours, 4 hours total, every single week. And I teach you communication formulas that I learned from my decade in corporate business building. Turns out all that was useful, even though it wasn't what I really wanted to be doing. I've cultivated it, recurated it, updated it, and put it into powerful communication formulas that are grounded and actionable to help you actually manifest your visions and heal relationships around you, as well as singing practices that I learned while studying in temples in India. This is a powerful practice. If you want to know more, you can go to my website, marleybenedicto.com, send me a message on WhatsApp, send me an email, send me a message in the chat here. Next is, Harmonize. This is what we're going into. The next season is going to launch at the end of May. I would love to have you there. I cap it at 12 students because we have a lot of one-on-one work. This is super intimate and we go deep. So as you show up, whatever you bring in helps curate the field because we're doing it together. And then certified. This is my current baby. This is the precipice of what's next for myself and for Harmonize. I've been curating a teacher training module that is all about vibrational medicine. So whenever I began the work of voice activation, granted, I was much more fairy-like at the time. I'm still a fairy, but I'm a grounded fairy, and I've been able to integrate my past into my present in a powerful way. But one of the biggest things I came up against was people wouldn't take voice activation seriously. This was years ago. Voice activation is around now, and it's more commonly accepted. But in the beginning, people didn't understand the value. They didn't understand the mechanism. They didn't understand how it works, or why they should be doing it. And so the certification process is for those of you that have already experienced a journey with your voice and you want to go deeper. I teach you the science of it. We go into quantum physics. I teach you the anatomy of it. We go into the body. This is real medicine. We work with the energy body, the emotional body. You go through trauma training awareness of how to actually guide people through the practice of going through and recognizing the conditioning around their voice and diving deeper into their own personal intuition. And on top of teaching you the practices and the modality of a 4-part series for Harmonize, I actually teach you business as well. I'm not just going to give you the tools and then say, now go do with it what you want. I give you an actual business model, a 12-month module that includes marketing and a calendar of how you can reach out to build your clients and identify what demographic is right for you as a teacher. Who is it that you want to make the biggest ripple of impact in? For me, I want to make the biggest ripple of impact with you, with artists, with visionaries, with trailblazers who are the geniuses that are curating and shaping and building a world that we are all living in. So this is why I'm here with you, bringing this forward. And this is how we really break through and become a creative leader within our own life, within our own communities. So thank you, you guys, for playing with me today, for being a part of this voice activation workshop. I really do hope to hear you, and I look forward to seeing what it is that you are cultivating and curating in your own life. And I have a little bit of time here. If you have any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself. If you want to share your experience, if you want to share more, we can stay on for about 10, 15 more minutes.
I'm just amazed at how quickly like my internal system feels different whenever I give myself the opportunity to kind of tune into my voice and connect to it in a way that's not language. It's not like, the same way that we speak all the time. I feel my heart feels different.
Thank you, Roxy, for sharing. Yeah, so grateful to be here with you guys. Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful to be here together. And if that is it, then I suppose that there are no more questions or experiences to share. And so I will pass the mic.
It looks like there's some really beautiful things in the chat that are coming through. Thank you, Marley. This is beautiful. I would join your program in a heartbeat. Gio, I enjoyed this very much. I'm very interested in your program.
Great. I'll put here's the website if you want to go. I feel like a lot of you have my WhatsApp, but just in case and you want to reach out directly, I put that in the chat as well. Or you can email me here if you want to go deeper and play with it. And also, if right now I'm interviewing people as I'm still curating and culminating the teacher training modules. So if you'd like, I am also exchanging a free one-on-one voice activation session for anybody that would like to be interviewed for 30 to 45 minutes. I'm asking questions that are a part of making sure this curriculum is not only pulling forward what I know and what I've learned from clients, but like meeting the needs of people who want to be certified. So if you're interested in voice activation and this is a field that you've had a curiosity or a lot of experience in, I would love to interview you as well and then gift you a session as a thank you.
I think Alicia.
Thank you so much, Marley. That was beautiful. As a singer, it really feels nice to, and I've taught many lessons, and it's been a while, but it feels really nice to have that experience facilitated for us, and in such a, in mindfully healing way. That feels really juicy. I realize that I'm slightly aware of it, but that I have like a performer wound, around my singing voice that I used a lot of my life, and was able to do really amazing things because of, but but then I kind of let it go for a while. So to even just to hear you and to the Mime Mamo Moo is something I'm very familiar with. So when you pulled the Mime Mamo Moo, I was like, okay, it feels like I'm coming home a little bit, So it was really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for presencing the performer wound. I'm always really amazed by people who I admire so much, like incredible singers and musicians, how much they get from the simplicity of going back into it. And it's like almost undoing what was done in a sharp, abrasive way. Thanks for speaking to that.
Yeah, thank you. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to share?
Let's see. Looks like Harlan wrote also in the chat. Thank you, Marley. I did the exercise as best as I could.
Thanks, Harlan. Thanks, Harlan. Also, I want to shout out to Jarno, Bunny, and Marcy, and Alicia, you guys for just really getting in there. I had so much fun playing with you and really making the facial expressions. It's always uplifting.
Yeah. More of the vocal healing and the prayers with the voice activation. More of that. All about it.
Well, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for playing along today.
Thank you, Marley. We're also so excited about your performance that we've now scheduled. Woo-hoo.
Ooh, okay.
Should we tell everyone about that and also the session that's happening that same day before you go?
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Okay. This one you guys won't want to miss. This is a panel for the trees. And I'm working, I'm going to be moderating with Sky Roberts. He's at the very, very tail end. He's about to push. This will be the first share he's done actually with anybody. Took a lot of coercing. I'm like, no, you've got to share this. There's a train, a high-speed train that's being built through Mexico right now that is cutting through Central America's second largest rainforest. And that rainforest is where the Mayan people reside. They are the stewards of the rainforest, but it's also the rainforest protects their culture. It protects their wisdom. And there's so much depth to that we can't even begin to comprehend in a Western culture. And so this high-speed train is called one of the world's most ambitious projects right now. And this documentary was really founded out of a conversation of what is progress. He and his co-director one night over beer were having a conversation about what is the cost of progress. And so they went down to the jungle for a few months and they began interviewing the Mayan people. And they began talking to them and going deep into their culture and into the nature to see what would be lost at the cost of progress. And right now, there is still the ability to redirect the train so it doesn't cut through the rainforest. And so there's a lot of fire that I feel as somebody that is friends with Sky and seeing he's a huge climate warming advocate. He's got this huge environmentalist heart, and he's still extremely humble. So it's like, I want to get on this platform. Please invite people who have the ability to support this initiative, this project, this train. It's a feature film, full screen movie. It's a beautiful piece of art and it's in Spanish with subtitles. He'll show a little clip. And like I said, this is the first time that he's doing anything publicly. He's waiting to do a large push all at once, so it can't really get shut down. But if you know people that would want to invest in this project, people that would want to help support the launch, the marketing, the distribution, outreach, film festivals, please have them come to learn. That's just one aspect of the panel. The other part of the panel is going to be with Virginia Salas Castillo, who is one of the most ambitious women I've ever met. She's on it. She's on it. She's young. She's traveling around the world. She's speaking about the trees. She has a 2 trillion tree initiative. Within the next 20 years, she has a goal to help support and spread the message to plant 2 trillion trees. She's also bridging the worlds of regenerative finances and NFTs with environmentalism. So it's beautiful to me whenever you can see an earthbound person who's really connected to the sentience of life, also going into high tech, this really future technology of finances too, because we are all understanding how important it is to be stewards of wealth, to be a transfer of wealth. And when I go into the sphere and I talk to money and I say, hey, money, what do you want right now? Money says, I want land, and not to buy land, to consume it, to mine it, but to literally protect land, to preserve land. So this is going to be a really yummy panel. I'm really curious to see what's going to come out of it. These two people don't know one another whatsoever. They couldn't be more different day and night, which is super fun too, to put those two spheres together. That's on Friday. And there'll be time for Q&A. Please invite your friends, big initiatives. And then I'll be singing as well on Friday. And this will be fun. If you haven't heard me sing before, I connect to the voice of the earth. And so right now I'm in Bali. I've already noticed my singing change. Whenever I was living in Austin and Hawaii, I was singing a lot for water. Water is what's been coming through the most. This is still a very holy, holy place on the planet where they worship water. So water is still absolutely an element of the song that's coming through, but the divine feminine here is something else. So I'll just be singing casually with you on Friday as well. And would love for you to come feel the experience of what it feels like to be here through song.
Yay! I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marley.
You're welcome.
I just heard that we have a special call-in, a special message from a citizen of Regenera. Roxy?
Hello. Nice to see you, Sphere. I am Sphere to tell you a little about that huge shift that we've just been through. Moving from old models, static, solid, incapable of change and breath, models of separation, of hierarchy, of supremacy of one over another. But those days are gone. We have entered the age of recovery, the era of regenera. And this beautiful city of ours, well, if you take a walk around within it, you will see where in other cities and towns you find a grid that is as square as it can be, regardless of the landscape or topography. Here in Regenera, things move differently. You see, our central heart of the city is not a square, it's a hex. Well, what does it matter, you may wonder? One or the other, what's the difference? The difference is vast. As within the grid that is the one of old, there's only two ways to unfold, two directions to make sense of things within a plane. You either go along the line or fall down the row. But there is no third option, or is there? Well, if you go instead with a hex, you find there is so much more to be found, as you can not only go one way or the other, but wherever you are, there's three ways to go. And that is just in the plane. For if you move out of one plane, there's three other planes to walk upon. Four planes altogether. And those 4 planes are the same 4 eyes that we have begun to understand to be not the building block, but the living matter, animate matter of universe. This, it turned out to be, was what the bees will be doing all along. And for forever and much longer, people have been astonished, looking at the bees in their hives and going, whoa, how can they be so intelligent as to know shape to use to not have to waste any of their precious wax. And if you ask me, I've always found it curious that the people who hold the bees and think they own them put them in a box, and they themselves live in a shape that is utterly wasteful. Here, this has come to be the most fun of our pastimes here in Regenera, is to deconstruct the model of old, the model of colonization, civilization, and mental slavery. For this only appears to be a box, a cube as they call it. For real, it is an interplay. And this one lets us see that once we break free from those mental modes of captivity, we have again our friend the Four Eyes, that was so kind as to maintain and uphold that useless frame. But you see, now that I did separate it, where is it gone? That space, that volume disappeared. But here, let us take a look into it for a moment. Here, a four-eyed star. Oh, what else now? Here we have it. This is what the bees are dancing with, and they always dance to say, I've got the flower, you've got the flower too. So this flower of life can fold and unfold and move this way or yet another, transform into this shape or maybe another. But what it cannot do is to be truly square, because that square is not there unless you have the triangles to hold it up. Now, I won't take up much more of your time. I know it's so precious, because I know back in, as they called it, 2022, people were still living in their idea of a linear time that goes from here to there and never returns, when by now we finally understand that actually space-time is spherical and it's always spinning in circles. The last thing I want to share with you, and really just a quick look into it, is that square isn't there without the triangles, but the same is true for the hex. Now, if you only have a hex, it is as wibbly and wobbly as the square would be. But if you have the hex with the triangles around it, then we're talking shape, we're talking structure, we're talking integrity, and we're talking sound systems, because this has a lot of tension in it. But this is not over. It is reaching out to extend and grow further. And so, if we allow ourselves to not stand in the way of nature, but just follow along it, wander one step after the other, and see where we are taken, we find out that that hex keeps on growing everywhere around. And not even there, it is coming to its end, because it can go on much further. Just keep on growing. Whether you grow to your outside or to your inside, or just grow around. Breathe and be sphere now.
Wow. That's
We
Stroopy.
are sphere. We are sphere.
Yeah. Be sphere now. You know, Stroopy's been with us for 2 years now when the inaugural Design Science Studio started. And, you know, they said Bucky was a Renaissance man. Stroopy is a regenaissance man. He has really been with us in such a way that nobody else can present. And there's a poetry in everything that he says. But what's amazing is what he manifests in his poetry through his living shapes that he brings to life, whether they're inside his house or they're outside in his garden. He's building continually, which reminds me of something Buckminster Fuller said. There is no up and down in the universe. There's only in and out. And Stroopy keeps reminding us of that. I think with all the beaming that's happening, we are reminded of that through each of us, what comes from deep within, what we're sharing this time during this event. Today was particularly moving between the in and outness of us, especially with all the breath and all the sharing and just the heartfelt notions of what it means to be sphere in the Regenaissance. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, coming together, right? Today's theme, resilience and coming together. We come together in the sphere and now.
Sphere now. Where are we going next? Where is this journey taking us?
Oh, well, we have an exciting turn. Up next, we have Malik and Arnima. Malik Sisodia is the executive director of Tarun Bharat Sangh. Tarun Bharat Sangh is a nonprofit organization deeply rooted in the philosophy of Gram Swaraj, or village self-rule, working in the arid and semi-arid regions of India for water and environmental conservation, education, health, and community welfare. Tarun Bharat Sangh is led by Sri Rajendra Singh, also known as the Waterman of India, for his untiring efforts on river rejuvenation and water conservation.
Wonderful.
Welcome, Malik and Arnima.
They're also two of the partners of Regenerosity, which is one of the other programs of the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And they are on the other side of the world and have prepared this video for us.
In the hot, desiccated plains of Karoli district in eastern Rajasthan, it hasn't rained for a very long time. Karoli is among the least developed districts in Rajasthan, and Gadmandora is perhaps the least developed village in the district. The local communities of farmers and animal herders, though quite used to scarcity of water, have been hit particularly hard this time around.
पशु प्यासे मर रहे हैं, मांस प्यासे मर रहे हैं, बहुत परेशानी आ रही है। अरे साहब कम से कम 15 साल से बारिश नहीं है।
पहले कुआं में दाम लगाए साहब, 1 लाख सवा लाख रुपए कुआं में लगाए दो, फिर भी पानी नहीं है। फिर बोर कटवाया इसमें 200 फुट, बोर में भी पानी नहीं है। 42,000 उसमें खर्चे गए। अब गई साल भी पैदा नहीं है, इसी भी साल का आगे तो 50,000 की लागत लगी डरी, अब भी पानी नहीं हुआ है। देखो ये भी बंजर पड़ी हुई है।
Bhairo Singh is lucky to have his son by his side.
बाहर न्यूज़ आ रहे हैं कि पैदा नहीं है कुछ, बगैर पानी है। पानी हो तो पैदा हो, बगैर पानी पैदा क्या है उसका?
बहुत 60 घर की बस्ती हमारे में 100 मन गेहूँ आए होंगे, बड़ी मुश्किल थी। किसी के तो दाना नहीं हुआ, अभी तक मुँह पे ला के नहीं, बाजार से मोल ले लेके पेट पूर्ति कर रहे हैं, चारे की कर रहे हैं।
Most of the young people in the district have gone away seeking work in distant cities, leaving behind ghost villages, and those left behind are praying for rain, for that is their only hope of survival, their only hope of seeing their loved ones again.
इस समय आदमी प्यासा नहीं है, प्यासा इस समय धरती माँ है। अगर धरती माँ की प्यास अगर बुझ जाएगी तो उसके बच्चों की भी प्यास बुझ जाएगी। अब यहाँ पर धरती माँ की प्यास बुझाए कौन, और धरती माँ को प्यासा बनाया किसने, और क्या धरती माँ की प्यास को बुझाने के लिए भगवान इंद्र इतनी बारिश नहीं देते हैं? बारिश होती है लेकिन उसके पानी को हम व्यर्थ जाने देते हैं।
In the rain-deprived Karoli district, for the local farmers, the wait for water seems never-ending. What makes things worse is that if and when it does rain, there are no check dams or ponds where the water could collect and recharge the water table for future use. Meanwhile, in the neighboring village of Bhudkheda, a group of local farmers approach a member of Tarun Bharat Sangh for help.
हमारा एक तालाब है, तो इसको बनवा दें तो बड़ी सुविधा है। हम पानी बगैर बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हैं।
They've heard of the water conservation work done by Tarun Bharat Sangh in Maharajpura village some years ago. The Tarun Bharat Sangh member proposes clearing a stretch of low-lying land to build a reservoir with proper embankments for storing rainwater. This, he says, can provide a lasting solution to their water crisis. For the time being, the prospect of water makes them forget the harsh reality of the long dry spell.
सरसों होगी बस 50-40 मन पूरे गांव में, बस पानी हो जाएगा तो 1000 मन, कम से कम 1000-1200 मन सिर से होगी, 2-2,5-3 हजार मन गेहूं होंगे।
नदियाँ जिंदा होती कैसे हैं, उनमें पानी कैसे दिया जाए? जब तक जो ग्राउंड वाटर जिसको हम पी चुके हैं अपनी प्यास बुझाने के लिए, उसको दोबारा से हमें पुनर्भरण करना होगा। जब जगह जगह हम इस वर्षा जल को रोकेंगे और वो ग्राउंड वाटर को रीफिल करेगा, चार्ज करेगा, नरिश करेगा, धरती माँ का पेट भरेगा, तो पानी स्वतः ही एक लेवल के बाद धरती के ऊपर भी बहने लगेगा और वो नदियाँ खुद जिंदा होंगी।
A few days later, the Tarun Bharat Sangh member also visits Bhairo Singh's field. He offers Bhairo Singh assistance to build an embankment around the field. It's an age-old method of water conservation that present-day agriculture has, in its haste to find short-term solutions, ended up neglecting.
जब हम चारों मिलकर एक राय होगी तो वह पाल यहाँ डालनी पहले से तय कर लेंगे उस जगह को, तो वहाँ हम पाल डालेंगे। अगर पहले तय नहीं हो तो फिर मामला इधर उधर होता है तो थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो जाता है, तो तय कर लें। 36 बीघे जमीन में अगर भगवान इंद्रदेव खुशी होकर बरसे तो इसमें पानी होगा, और पानी होकर ये जमीन जितनी भी आप देख रहे हैं ना, ये बाउंड्री सारी, ये बाउंड्री वहाँ तक, और आपके पीछे जो जंगल है, मुझे विश्वास है कि जब यहाँ पानी रुकेगा तो ये जंगल भी आपको दिखाई नहीं देगा, ये जमीन भी चालू हो जाएगी। और हमें भी मालूम है हमारा हिस्सा देने का।
Tarun Bharat Sangh will bear 2/3 of the total expenses, while the remaining 1/3 will be borne by Bhairo Singh in the form of cash payments and voluntary labor. For Bhairo Singh and his family, this is a much-needed lease of life.
श्रमदान तीसरे हिस्से की राशि इसलिए लेना जरूरी होता है हम लोगों को कि उनके तालाब की बाद में देखरेख वो करें। मेहनत की कमाई की एक बूंद भी या एक पैसा भी उनका लगता है तो उनको अपनापन उस साइड के प्रति होता है।
Before work on building the embankment can begin, Bhairo Singh decides to seek the blessings of the divine.
और जब काम इस तरीके से किया जाता है, ये सिर्फ वर्षा जल संरक्षण का काम नहीं है कि आपने कुछ के कहीं भी एक संरचना बना दी और वो काम हो गया और पानी रुक गया, ये वो नहीं है। ये इस काम के द्वारा किस तरीके से ग्राम को स्वावलंबी बनाया जाए, कैसे वहाँ ग्राम स्वावलंबन का राज आए, ये उसकी एक प्रक्रिया की एक कड़ी होती है।
Meanwhile, the families of Bhudkheda village, after having discussed and debated the matter, have all agreed to contribute towards the construction of the reservoir. The mood is somber as they prepare for the long road ahead. Less than 200 kilometers away in Bhikampura, Alwar, Dr. Rajendra Singh, the founder of Tarun Bharat Sangh, leads a prayer session dedicated to the creator of the universe.
तरुण भारत सिंह पिछले 3 दशकों में करीब 10,000 से ज्यादा छोटी बड़ी जल संरचनाएं अलग अलग स्थानों पर बना चुका है, और इनके प्रभाव ये हुए हैं कि जो मृत छोटी छोटी नदियां थी या जो बरसाती नाले थे, उनमें पानी की उपलब्धता बढ़ी, और जिन गांवों और जिन इलाकों में यहाँ का जो काम हुए हैं, उस पानी की उपलब्धता बढ़ने से वहाँ के सामाजिक आर्थिक बदलाव जो आए हैं, जो वो देखने लायक हैं।
Mr. Rajendra Singh is awarded the 2015 Stockholm Water Prize for his innovative restoration efforts in improving water security.
In 2015, Dr. Rajendra Singh received the prestigious Stockholm Water Prize for having improved the lives of the most needy sections of society by improving water security in rural India.
So I met Mr. Rajendra Singh in Stockholm when he came to receive the Stockholm Water Prize. So I'm very, very happy to be here to really see his work that I only heard from the voices and only from the pictures, just to see this reality on the ground.
Johar. We made Johar 11,600.
Dr. Singh's unique approach of linking indigenous know-how with modern scientific and technical approaches was hailed by the committee as having turned traditional patterns of development and resource use on their head.
I think what really impresses me is his persistence and the fact that he will never give up. I think that's the spirit that really has brought these changes, and I'm sure in the beginning it probably looks something almost impossible to achieve, but with his persistence and belief and really dedication to make the lives of people better, I think that has really made it happen.
In the Tarun Bharat Sangh Ashram, Dr. Singh and his team have replicated the water conservation methods they have popularized with great success.
It's soft. So the water come and collect here.
People from around the world visit the ashram to draw inspiration from his work that began in 1985 from a small village in Rajasthan's Alwar district and has now spread to more than 1,000 villages with over 11,600 johars made.
We joined that.
Dr. Singh and his team have brought water to 10,417 square kilometers of low or no rainfall areas in Rajasthan and beyond. Dr. Singh describes it as an act of saving rainwater deep inside the womb of the earth to keep the sun from taking it all back.
धरती का पेट पानी से भरने के लिए हमने ये काम नहीं किया, हमने लोगों को तैयार किया, गांव के लड़कों को तैयार किया, गांव के लड़कों को रिसोर्स मैपिंग सिखाया, तालाब बनाने सिखाए, मिट्टी का मेजरमेंट करना सिखाया, ये सारे काम उनको सिखाए और उनसे करवाए। और उस काम का परिणाम ये हुआ कि जहाँ भी हमने काम किया वहाँ पानी आए तो लोगों को रोजगार मिलने लगा, खेती हुई और खेती हुई तो हमारे गांव के लड़के इस लायक बन गए कि कल तक वो जिनके मजदूरी करते थे उनको मजदूरी देने के लायक बन गए।
Back in Bhurkheda village, work on the Kacheda reservoir is well underway. The hard red sandstone outcrop will have to be removed to level the surface and allow the water to percolate into the ground. Tarun Bharat Sangh's Gopal Singh is present on the ground to not just supervise the work but to also actively participate in it.
तरुण भारत संघ में परंपरागत तकनीक जल संरक्षण की और आधुनिक तकनीक दोनों को जोड़कर काम करने का प्रयास करता हूं।
अच्छा जी 13 मीटर 70 सेंटीमीटर हाँ लिख लो तो ठीक है जी 13 मीटर
और ये तालाब जो बनाया है इसकी अभी हम जो नाप कर रहे थे इससे ये भी मालूम पड़ेगा कि इसमें जो पानी भरेगा उसमें नीचे के कितने खेतों में पानी उसमें दिया जा सकेगा।
इस समय हमें सेंट्रलाइज वाटर मैनेजमेंट या कंजर्वेशन सिस्टम की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इस समय हमें डिसेंट्रलाइज कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन वाटर मैनेजमेंट की ज़रूरत है और जहाँ पर हर इलाके में लोकल लेवल पर क्षेत्रीय लेवल पर अपने ही स्तर पर लोग अपने हिसाब से अपने पारंपरिक ज्ञान से अपनी ज़रूरतों के हिसाब से अपना खुद का एक जल तंत्र बनाए।
When the heavens sent down the showers, the ground would have been prepared to absorb and utilize every single drop.
हमारा जो शिक्षा तंत्र रहा है और हमने इंजीनियरिंग के नाम पर जो ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज में जो सीखा, उसमें सीखा क्या हमने? सिर्फ एक्सप्लॉयटेशन करना। हमारी जितनी भी तकनीकें आज भी उपलब्ध हैं उसमें यह है कि हम कितने बेहतर तरीके से, कितने गहरे जाकर हमारे धरती के एक्वीफर्स को हम एक्सप्लॉइट कर सकते हैं। क्या हमने सीखा? क्या हमारी पढ़ाई में हमें सिखाया जाता है कि किस तरीके से इस नेचर को नरिश किया जाए? हम सिर्फ ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज में लगे रहे।
तो जो 21वीं शताब्दी में धरती पर संकट है, धरती को बुखार चढ़ गया है, मौसम का मिजाज बिगड़ गया है, इस सब को ठीक करने के लिए ये जरूरी है कि हम अपने समाज के मन में प्रकृति और पानी के प्रति प्यार, विश्वास पैदा करें।
भगवान से यही प्रार्थना है कि भगवान इस तालाब को हमारे को पूर्ति कर दे, पूरा फुल भर दे, नहीं तो हमारी पेट पूर्ति हो जाएगी। भगवान की कृपा से यही दुआ है हमारी।
Rain clouds are gathering over Karoli. Is this going to be the day everyone in the region has been waiting for? The local villagers, quite used to heaven's capricious ways, are cautiously optimistic.
अब बारिश होने की उम्मीद अच्छी बन रही है, बादल गरज रहा है और बरसात होने की संभावना बन रही है। शायद बरसात हो जाएगी, तालाब में पानी भर जाएगा तो हमारी फसल की व्यवस्था अच्छी बन जाएगी।
But the children have already begun to celebrate. It'll be the first time they'll be seeing rain in the village. And then the heavens do oblige. Karoli sees its first rain in a very long time. The reservoir in Bhudkheda is filled with water. Over time, the water table and the aquifers below would also get recharged. Safe inside the earth, the water would no longer be stolen by the harsh rays of the sun. It's been less than 2 months since it rained, and in the neighboring village of Kadmandora, Bhairo Singh has a standing crop in his field. People in the region are confident that after the current spell of rain, there's sufficient water to take care of the crops for the next 3 years.
गई साल तो इसमें मतलब ये 10 बीघा जमीन नहीं, ये पैदावारी 10 बीघा जमीन नहीं, और आज देखो 500 बीघे जमीन आबाद जिसमें पानी चल रहा है आराम से और सारी चीज हरियाली।
तो फिर ऐसे हमारे तालाब के बंद थे तो हरियाली हरियाली हो गई और बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम सुख पा रहे हैं।
अब की कम से कम मेरे पास 2 से 250 मन तो गए होंगे, 100-125 मन ये सिर से होगी, 8-7 बीघे।
पहले 1000 मन का गल्ला होता तो अब 15 से 2000 का गल्ला होगा।
तो अब हम आना जाना बाहर बास छोड़ दिया, तो यहाँ पर की कार्रवाई हो जाए तो हम बाहर बास क्यों बेसी परेशान होंगे।
और जितने भी आजकल ये युवा काम करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, एक भी युवा काम नहीं करता था, सारे ताश खेलते थे पूरे दिन।
आज की तारीख में, आज की ये दिन गया नहीं, गई साल तो पानी पीने का नहीं, हमारी मवेशी भूखी प्यासी मरती।
बहुत अच्छी तरह से और तालाब बरसात इतनी आई तो हमारा तालाब फुल हो गया।
आज देखो हमारी एक घेर है, वो उसमें मेरी जमीन तो खैर गई 10-8 बीघे जाने दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, पर मेरी 50 भैंस उसी में दिनों रात पानी पी रही हैं, चल रही हैं, खूब मस्त रह रही हैं।
पशुओं को हम दूर ले जाते पानी पिलाने, बहुत दूर ले जाते 3-4 किलोमीटर पे दोनों टाइम जब पानी मिलता। अब पानी काफी पानी हमारे पास, तो हमारे पशु ही सूख गए हैं।
चारा काफी है साहब, कोई दिक्कत नहीं चारे की, पानी के सहारे तो चारा होगा ही हरा। अब मतलब ये कि ऐसा है कि ऐसी खुशबू आती है कि मैं तो दिनों रात यहीं पड़ा रहता हूँ, यहीं बच्चा बच्ची मेरे को रोटी ले आते बाद झोपड़ी पे ही रहता हूँ, मेरे को मन नहीं करता है।
हमारा परिवार 60 घन को बड़ो सुखी है, अच्छो है, तालाब के बंधेते बड़ी स्वतंत्र रह गए, अच्छो रह गए।
This transformation of the dry desert landscape is nothing short of a miracle. From an environmental perspective, rainwater harvesting is an effective tool in restoring the climate cycle and thereby mitigating the harmful effects of climate change.
धरती पर लोगों को तैयार करना और उनकी खोपड़ी पर जोहड़ बनाना, जिससे उसका पानी उसके मन, मस्तिष्क और हृदय को नमी देकर, हृदय को प्यार से पानी से सींचकर शांति का वातावरण बनाने का काम हो।
For the members of Tarun Bharat Sangh, the abundant rains have been a source of great joy and confidence.
एक बैनर आप आज ही तैयार कर लो अभी।
The team has already got down to planning for future work. The red dots are the johars or reservoirs that have been built by Tarun Bharat Sangh over the years. But there are still villages that are yet to adopt water harvesting methods to ensure water security. The team is working out the details of a Jal Yatra or a water walk to spread the message of water conservation to these areas.
फिर आप यहाँ से कब कौन सी तारीख को निकल जाओगे?
17 को निकलना चाह रहे हैं।
17 को गढ़मंडोरा पहुँचना है।
The people of Bhurkheda village are hosting a public lunch to celebrate the rains. The guests include well-wishers and neighboring villagers drawn in by the success story of the water reservoir. As expected, the food well appreciated. Tarun Bharat Sangh has organized this Jal Samvad dialogue on water to disseminate its message of water conservation and the importance of harvesting rainwater.
छोटेलाल जी से निवेदन करूंगा वो भी संक्षिप्त में थोड़ा अपनी अनुभव रखें तो अच्छा होगा।
The villagers share their experiences and inspire others to follow the example of Bhurkheda.
यहाँ पे जो आए हैं हम निवेदन करेंगे वो जरूर भूरखेड़े का बांध देख के जाएं।
With the dams and reservoirs filling up and the water table rising, this water has overflowed, reviving many small rivers that had disappeared during the dry spell. It is extremely important that this water is not wasted and these water bodies are kept alive, for it might not be long before we'd be staring in the face of another drought. In the villages of Rajasthan, Tarun Bharat Sangh's team members and volunteers are carrying forward the legacy of community action to bring about change. As catalysts in this movement to educate and empower the less privileged, they speak for us all. As agents of change, they articulate our opinions and concerns. But the crucial question is, are we really listening? Are we willing to be the proverbial change we want to see in the world? Because right now, to live responsibly is no longer a simple choice. Right now, to live responsibly is an inescapable necessity.
नदियाँ सिर्फ खुद नहीं मरती, वो अपने साथ अपने समाज को भी मारते हैं।
नदियों की सेहत ठीक नहीं होगी तो भारत के समाज की सेहत भी ठीक नहीं हो सकती।
अभी भी हमारे पास बहुत समय है कि अब इस देश की नदियों को फिर दोबारा से जिंदा किया जाए।
यदि हम पानी का काम करेंगे तो इससे बड़ा पुण्य का काम, इससे बड़ा शुभ का काम और कोई नहीं हो सकता।
हमारे देश में ऐसे वाटर राइट्स हों, वाटर बॉडीज के वाटर राइट्स होने चाहिए कि उनके यूज को न बदला जाए। जो पानी का काम है वो अन्न सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित करता है, वो जल सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित करता है, वो उनके वातावरण सुरक्षित रहे उसकी भी सुरक्षा वो सुनिश्चित करता है।
इसलिए मेरे सामने अभी जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है वो तो ये जो तीसरा विश्व युद्ध जल के लिए सामने है। अब मेरे जो जीवन का बाकी हिस्सा है उसी पानी की शांति के काम में लगाना चाहता हूँ, जिससे तीसरा विश्व युद्ध ना हो।
And if that doesn't move you, I don't know what does. Thank you for sharing the good work that you do. You know, this is a group that has been benefited by Regenerosity. They're a partner of the BFI, the Buckminster Fuller Institute's program that is reaching out and helping groups like this all around the world with the work that they do. The other thing, it's funny because I had to take a break and I went down and I have to cross a creek to get to where I needed to go. And there's a gentleman there who's been living on the land here for quite a while. I've never lived someplace where I had our own well, and that's what we have here. And I'm in Oregon, and there is also a drought going on. And I know this is happening all over the world. Many years ago, my dear friend in Germany mentioned the word to me, Klimakrieg, which means climate wars. And that was just brought up at the last part of this video about the idea that we'll be battling over water, this precious, precious gift of the planet that runs through all of us. I'm just wondering, I see Mariette, I see Open here, and I know that's because you've got something that has touched you deeply and you want to share with us. So Mariette, if you could bring us through what's coming to mind.
Yeah, thanks. You know, for the last several years, I've worked with groups that work with farming and regenerative farming in all these different ways. And when I see work like this, all I can say is that we cannot overestimate this work in particular. You know, when you increase the capacity for smallholder farms to exist, you help maintain traditional knowledge, you help the local community with access to education and all of these various things. And in also the most sort of earth-related form, you actually, or you enable people to increase the capacity of the small water cycle. So there's a large water cycle and there's a small water cycle. And there are scientists doing a lot of work on this and have a lot of data on this. But what's amazing is that you can mitigate drought in microclimates. You can create microenvironments. And this kind of work does that nodal mycelial work that we're all talking about, right? And that is one of the things that I find so inspiring here, because I think oftentimes we get into these big visions and it can be impossible to see how we can affect a better world. But these projects, these are the projects that do, in fact, create a better world. Piece by piece, community by community. I could not be more moved and happy to have seen this.
Drop by drop. Okay, what would you like to share with us?
Mariette summed it up very well. I have a very strong love for India. I have never been there. I've been a devotee of Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi since 2005, doing seva or selfless service with her organizations just in the United States alone, and then helping to fundraise for all of her charities has been a gift and a privilege. And I could riff on her for an hour and her organization, but I won't go there.
Well, I'll rip back and say that, you know, one of the things that in countries not the United States, let's say, there is so much for the world, and there's only now a real cultural exchange that is occurring, and that is maybe one of those things that you're touching on, Okin, is this richness that, again, through colonialization, through industrial principles, right? Because what we're talking about when we talk about regenerative principles, what's the sort of opposite or the tension on the other side? Well, those would be industrialized principles. And we maybe never even think about them in that way. But I do tend to stop and pause too long, so I won't do that now. But I feel really that this is why we're here today. Right now. And Mark, with that water behind you, all I want to do is think about how we can stop all these droughts and get more farms.
Yeah, you know, it's this is the creek that I cross over every day to leave where I am. This is the Wyatt-Choose Creek that comes from the Cascades. And I've been watching it carefully over the last year because it changes dramatically when we go into the summer months and we get very much heat and we haven't had enough snowpack, and it becomes white because now the glaciers are melting. And it's really quite dramatic to see this, or to, I've been out in the Mojave to the lowest point on the planet, and to see that cracked earth, that parched earth, and know that at one time it was the bottom of the ocean, which is really something to think about, how much water has moved around the planet. But where is it going? And how are we going to survive if it's not there? But I gotta say, this film that we just witnessed gives me hope, and they say hope floats. These are trim tabs. This is what Bucky was talking about, that each one of us, by combining with our communities, can make a walk through our territory to spread the word so that we can each join in the change that we need to make. Yeah.
That's beautiful, Mark. I would add one thing, just relating the presentation just now to North America. This is behind, in my backdrop shows the original estuary of the Puyallup River. Not original, excuse me, those houses wouldn't be in the background. This is the mid 1880s after colonization. And this is a current picture of it, not the exact same angle, but it does show this area right now. They've taken 75% of that once life-giving estuary and turned it into tide flats by putting fill, slag, some toxic, known toxic, moved into the seaports around the world to fill them in and create more land. So Walmart and other organizations can ship their cheap plastic products across the sea and toxic chemicals. And, you know, just hearing the voices of the people from India is magical in itself. And seeing them totally understanding that they're destroying the aquifers, that they've been seeing their aquifers being destroyed and really haven't had a say in it because of colonization there until recently. Hopefully we can all stand together and stop it once and for all.
Harlan,
Figured I would join in. I watched that whole movie, which it was super inspiring, and just figured I would just comment, since in part of the work that I'm doing to develop future sustainable regenerative habitations, I call a principle terraquaforming. So it's just become conscious of how water and earth are used, and basically humans have been doing that throughout all of history, and then it's been kind of lost. Or like even here where I live in Yucca Valley, the way that the stream beds that are dry most of the time are just all diverted in culverts, even of course I'm close to LA, all the water's channeled, and our current Western civilization way of approaching and dealing with water, it's a very machine-like, scientific, practical, and of course we need to go back to see the much bigger picture. And of course that and of course, India is so much different than the United States. It's a very different world and situation they have with so many more people, and yet here it's basically just tuning into the consciousness of the earth and of the water. And Ogun, you were just saying about how we fill in waterways. Well, it's okay to fill in and make more land, but to do it in the most conscious, sacred, beautiful way, not to pave it, to put a Walmart there, but to make the most edge so that there's wildlife, which is a permaculture principle. Like when you make ponds or waterways, you make them very convoluted, which is something that nature will also do. And it's just, like I say, tuning in and understanding our relationship to water and the earth. And so, of course, I can go on and on about it. I think about this a lot, so I don't know if I made any truly valid point to share, but I just was really grateful to get to see that film and to see that, we are, as humanity, starting to understand our relationship to water and integrating it on, like the film showed, mostly for the benefit of the people in the community, but we're also thinking in terms of the wildlife and all the other things that the water, can bring and help share with us. So yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here with you all.
Totally relevant, Harlan. Water is life, for sure. And they did willy-nilly over these estuaries to build the seaports without thinking.
Right. It's just like I said, we should be thinking, everyone, everywhere, whenever we make a town, village, anything, how the water is integrated in, for our gardens, for everything, but for the earth itself. And, just we're tuning into this, the consciousness and the spirit of these elements of which sustained our world, and to work with them in the most, beautiful, sustainable way.
Thank you, Harlan. Thank you. Hello, Neha. It's nice to be with you again.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Yeah, what is it that what's coming to heart here for you? You've got so much that you always bring us.
Wow, I'm coming in, flowing with the tides of my day. I got the end of those droplets where I heard my heartbeat. India, 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 water life. I love it because India is my, my land of my ancestors, my living elders, my motherland, and climate justice is at the heart of my creative practice. That how do we take care of water body of earth and our own water body? We are water, so not out of our benevolence, but out of our watery threads of life. We owe it to each other and our planet to care not just for what happens in our backyard, but in Earth's backyard, which is everywhere.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Roxy's ready to join us.
She is just getting ready. Mark, she's here.
I was just going to say, Neha's going to kick it off.
So I wanted to say hi to everybody again and thank you, Mark, and everybody else who was holding those water threads, transatlantic water threads, I like to say. And it is such a delight to be here with you at this time because I am a morning bird and this is morning somewhere, for a very, very special project, everyone, that we are so delighted to share with you about in a moment. The project is a very special design science studio partnership with Gray Area, which is one of our partners, and with Doing Good for launch of a brand new exhibition called Terrain Perceptions, which is an NFT exhibition presented by Design Science Studio and Gray Area, where each artwork explores and perceives a regenerative future that works for all of life. So the works in this exhibition that we'll share and invite folks who are present here to talk about. They draw from an international community of artists, and we are exploring the themes of environmental healing to architectural innovations, and really honing in on, in this time of multiple planetary crises, how can we respond through both ancient and ancient futurist visions of a sustainable natural environment that we can all be stewards for. So this exhibition is a collection of creators who are using art. This is a thread not surprising to any of us here at Design Science Studio, as I feel this is the heartbeat of what we do. What is really special about it, I feel, is that a portion of the proceeds of this exhibition go to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is zero hunger. And I'm just so grateful to amazing Roxy, beholder of so many universes. She's a magician. And Nikki Salkin from Gray Area, who has done a phenomenal job, both guiding us and working on this weaving, and our very own Chris Spear, who has also been supporting this project. And we have some of our amazing artists from this exhibition here. I see Sherry. Sherry, it's so nice to be together with you. I'm such a fan, a new fan. And Stephen and Amanda, we are here on Choo Choo Train, Vision Train, thanks to Amanda, who is one of our really, really beautiful train stewards. And here I see Chris and Roxy. So I present to you Terra Perceptions. And Roxy, Chris, do you want to share a bit more about your experience and what inspired it? And here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, the origin is that the Doing Good platform had reached out to Gray Area about the opportunity, and Gray Area said, hey, Design Side Studio, do you want to be the collective that actually brings forth this collection of work? And so Nikki worked with us to help get everything minted. We curated everything together, and Chris helped. Funny enough, I ended up making a piece of art and never submitting it because I was too busy doing everyone else's stuff, but that's okay because the work that was submitted is amazing and it's a really powerful collection of pieces. And I also really appreciate, this is like on the tail of a lot of really powerful conversations around the space and the NFT space, and whether or not to kind of get into it and what kind of a stand that takes for the earth and the technology. And so I've shared about it a few times, but I will start by sharing that we made a decision to jump into this project with this crew for many reasons, but one of them definitely being that it is of all of the different platforms, and the carbon emissions being one of the biggest things that need to be considered. One Polygon transaction on this platform is less than one smartphone charge. So this is definitely one of the most kind of environmentally responsible chains that can be used for this NFT series, and also that they're really looking at how do we contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. And so I'm really excited also because this one is about world hunger, which is interesting because we just had a conversation about regenerative agriculture. And I have a surprise that's not complete, but we did an installation of the work in a world we haven't opened yet. And it's definitely still in the making. But in here is the exhibition. So before I kind of get into the different pieces, I'll also say that, oops, wrong screen. That we have some of the more live pieces. So if we want to watch any of the videos and stuff, I can pull them up. But before I do that, and before we get into the different pieces, I did want to also hand it over to Chris to share about his experience. And I'll just close to say that this show, originally we were like, we have 10 days. And then in 10 days, everyone was like, oh crap, let's make some art really fast. Or let's figure out what we're going to show. And then it got delayed for 2.5 months. But the work that came through was amazing. Sometimes you just need a little pressure to make something beautiful. And it's a really, really unique collection of pieces that really span so many different mediums. And I really appreciate how it's moving everything from generative art to indigenous perceptions and three-dimensional work and more folk art. And so it's a really special group of humans who have come together to create a collection that is supporting one of the SDG goals, which is pretty cool. And I want to hand it over to Chris, because Chris sat up late at night with Nikki and minted everything and got everything on the platform. And so thanks to Chris, everything got up in time. And yeah, also has some art in the show.
Yeah, thank you, Roxanne. And there are many reasons I'm excited to be a part of this. One of which is that you are all a part of this, and I'm a part of it with you. It's really exciting for me as an artist and as someone who, I don't know, about a year ago was like, yeah, I'll do the NFT thing. We'll figure out, I'm sure it's going to be some environmental thing. And I don't want to advertise it on my own, right? And then this came to us. And I was hanging out with Nikki trying to figure out some stuff and learn how to mint things because I want to be able to help other people do that. And so what better way to do that is to help my friend do that for this crew, including myself. And yeah, it just ended up being a let's just get it done tonight kind of project. And that was fun. And I learned a lot. And Nikki was able to sit back a bit as she was handling other pieces of her projects and life and things. And it was cool to hang out with her. And she's always lovely to hang out with and learn from. And the other piece that is that this project, this exhibition is doing that is particularly in line with what excites me about this crypto art, NFT, blockchain space that we are entering collectively, I believe, whether you like it or not. I think it's going to end up in a lot of things. But before we even get to that, the part that probably most excites me is what this project is doing particularly, and that we can write in a recipient for the exchange of any of these pieces. And right, so say for my piece, I get some of that, right? And we wrote in for the sustainability goals, a nonprofit, New Earth, I believe, who is working on some food related things. But what I want to be able to do and encourage other people to do, as I was sitting here thinking about maybe what to say, is that it's so easy with a smart contract, as far as I'm aware, at least if there's a platform that's like helping you do some of the technical work. I'm not coding, right? So there's people that can help you do that. Doing Good's one of those things. And so they have a platform that they have an easy form. You can upload these things and organize them and tell what you want to say about them or whatever. And they make it very easy to write in a recipient of the essentially royalties or the points that happen on each exchange. So once, you know, Amanda's piece sells, or my piece sells, or Neha's piece sells, or any of our piece sells, and so that there's an initial agreement that we get a certain amount of that. And then once that sells again and people are bouncing it around and trading it and having fun with it, hopefully enjoying the art, wanting to contribute maybe to these causes as well, those parties involved in the initial contract are still seeing the points, are still seeing money from those transactions. And for artists particularly, that's extremely exciting to be able to see points and royalties from our intellectual and creative property. And also for those of us who want to be able to write in a nonprofit, or your mom, or someone you love, or you care about, or someone who's echoing, or whoever. When those things trade and the ripple effect bouncing from the echo happens from these trades and exchanges and sharing of art, those involved can forever see the benefits monetarily from that. And it's however you want to write it in. So this thing is checking a lot of boxes for me, not only like learning how to mint and getting because I make a bunch of digital art. I'm like, I have Pokemon cards. They're selling Pokemon cards here. Please take some. It's my perspective on the whole NFT game, generally speaking. But I have the art. Here's the way to get it out there. And also the way that these contracts and some of these platforms, particularly like Doing Good, make it so easy to write in other parties that are involved, or collaborators, or someone that you just care about. It makes it almost encourages, by the medium of the smart contract, in my opinion, to write in more than one party of receiving the monetary, you know, points from the individual exchanges as they continue. And with that ease, what I'm interpreting as encouragement, it takes less courage then. With that encouragement, it takes less courage then for an individual like myself to write someone in, because everyone can win from one trade of one JPEG that someone somewhere cares about for whatever reason. You know, maybe they know me, maybe they like the colors. It doesn't really matter, for my opinion. It's also on a platform that's using a technology that's very close and getting closer to being carbon neutral, and they're also offsetting carbon footprint things. They're checking a lot of boxes. It's really exciting. It's on Tezos, it's not on Ethereum, in case people are aware of those different things. Yeah, I'm really excited about the possibilities of multiple parties having financial gain from exchanges of art in ways that have never happened before, and certainly not in this frequency of quantity. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of it, and allowing me to learn from y'all, and just having my art alongside the rest of yours. Thank you.
Yay, Chris. Well, maybe you can kick us off as we go round robin and check out the work. I can I'll pull it up. I'd love to hear about the piece you installed, and oh, Turquoise is here too. Perfect. Cool. I had this secret plan to close the day out with your piece, Sherry, Turquoise. So I'm excited. Get my screen organized so it looks super smooth as I'm wiggling around, so no one has to see anything funny. But while I do I also just want to acknowledge that Simon's also here, which is a collaborator who came on with Amanda Sage, and we haven't met you before. Hi, Simon. Thanks for being here. I'm excited to hear from about your work and contributions as well. Okay, here we are. Welcome to the distance of our digital gallery that we installed. Okay, here we go. So this one is Christmas. This is a flying world. Yes. Okay, cool. So Chris, tell me about mother and child.
Yeah, so this is from a series called Pareidolia, which is a word for interpreting shapes, as particularly as people's faces, or as we see things in clouds or things in trees or things in nature that we tend to relate to humanoid things and also other things. I think the psychological definition on Wikipedia says something like seeing things that aren't there. And what is art but that? And also from this series, the reason it's called Pareidolia is because I let my pencil or pen drag across a piece of paper or my iPad and kind of let it fall where it falls, and then elaborate from there what I initially see. In here, it ended up being mother and child. And it's animated. The NFT is animated very slightly.
Going over there. The gallery that got installed so far is not animated because she was trying to figure out where we wanted to put it. But you can look at it here and experience the full look. Friends on the panel, do you have any thoughts about this piece? Okay.
I have a thought. I love it, Chris. And I feel I'm lucky to know you also as even more so as my guide buddy in our pod. And this is just such a beautiful weaving, and it means so much to be together in a virtual 3D world where we are learning. And this piece is, I just love the colors. It's just the color and the theme, and isn't Earth also the mother who's holding all of us? So fractal. Love it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Neha.
Thank you, Neha. Love that. Amanda, you look like you're beaming. What do you want to say?
Well, I'm just beaming because I think you're all awesome. And Chris is such a special human, and to have his art shown like this and to be together in this collection is really sweet. And I love Pareidolia too. The adventures of what one can discover. It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you, Amanda.
I learned a new word too. We've been talking so much about the mother in the womb. We've been, studying biophilic design and biophilic architecture. And Javier Seno-san, who came and talked about that, all of his work was basically, it all just went back to the womb, went back to the mother, and how we don't design our spaces and places as the womb that they could be. I love this piece and that it's connected to this overall mission and vision. It makes so much sense.
Thank you. Yeah, also everything happened, like we had to submit on February 22nd, I believe. And I don't know, everything's 222 right now for a lot of people. So I thought there's a lot happening. I was like, oh, of course I'm supposed to be at Nikki's house at 2 a.m. finishing this.
That's
Neha, would you like to speak on yours as well?
Yeah, sure. Continuing that theme of mother and womb and earth. Roxy, are you able to put the sound is there? You see my birds? Yes, my birds are chirping there. That's fine. So this, yeah, you see it all. So this is called Mother Earth's Renewal for All of Life, and it's inspired by a regenerative vision of what will Mother Earth's renewal for all life mean? And I feel as a transcontinental artist who has just learned so much from Design Science Studio, and it's helped me expand my horizons so much. I just love making this. This is my very first NFT, you all. And, what Chris was saying really resonated because, you know, as a climate justice advocate, you know, I've also been sitting with a lot of questions, you know, about NFTs, and I feel this opportunity is so unique and learning opportunity. How can we enter these new worlds in a way that resonate with us and feel right and not at odds with the, I feel, the purpose of a regenerative vision. So this is a representation of Bhumi, the earth goddess, you know, both in Hindi and Sanskrit, and Bhumi as it envelopes all of life forms, and you know, and all the elements: fire, earth, air, water, space, and the human spirit. And the halo that you see represents the circle of life, and the soundscape is bird sounds that I love, and there is a heartbeat along with it, which to me is Earth's heartbeat. And I feel it really embodies that, how in a burning world where we have multiple intersectional related reckonings, ecological reckoning, racial reckoning, public health reckoning, how can we as artists remember what has been forgotten and what has been dismembered? So I feel by courageously reimagining our sacred connection with Bhumi, we can restore our own fragmentation to a state of wholeness. So I love playing with this, and I love playing together with this. So thank you so much for having me as part of this weaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Wow, I had no idea the depth of that piece. My goodness. Does anyone else want to share? Also, just to note, Carrie May has to leave in a minute. So
yes, that's what I was going to say.
Back to sharing more about our reflections for Neha's piece after Carrie, if we want to just.
It's okay. I can be a little late, so it's okay. You can finish up with Neha, and it's okay. I was trying to rush, but I just go with the flow. So go ahead.
Perfect.
I can reflect.
I would look to, thank you so much, Neha. I loved your narration, and I also look forward to like experiencing it without the narration, so I can feel it. And I was just really feeling how each of these pieces are a transmission, like the Huichol paintings. When you look at them, there's like a healing that you're actually like experiencing, like the healing that's coming from you and your love of the earth. And so I just really, I'm really feeling that in the field, you know, like beyond SDG 2 to all of them, and beyond into the regenerative development goals and the inner development goals. So it was beautiful, and I loved hearing your sharing about it as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really feeling this piece, Neha. It's such an expansion of all your work that I've witnessed so far. And like it's massive. It feels really huge. And the way the animation is yeah, I feel very much the same as like just to be with it. It's like a piece that you could just be with, be in the presence of. And it feels very similar in many ways to the piece that we submitted of the Earth Guardian. I feel like they're sisters, they're star beings, earth beings, you know, here to really represent and call back our attention to Gaia. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Carrie May, tell us about Agave Ariel. I remember this moment.
Yes. Let's see.
I'm gonna visit her in the gallery and then also go back.
Yep, there it is. So this was a piece that is actually 3D in person, and I photographed it over the last number of years with many different people inside of it. This current iteration, let's see, how far do I want to go back? So the initial inspiration was born, I was working on a lot of pieces made with, I was calling them agave armor, and then a wearable weapon series. So I was using TSA confiscated scissors, and I made a bunch of wearable weaponry. And then I also was using really sharp agave points to make armored dresses. And then I had a lot of meditation experiences, and I asked in one of my meditations, like, if the gods wore armor, what would be the armor of the gods? They're not going to be wearing, scissors and razor blades and agaves and things. And so the message that I got was just light, pure fire. So I started making some electric collars and things actually using electricity. And then I decided to go a little bit more poetic. And so initially it was inspired from the rays of light around the Virgin of Guadalupe, but I've shown it other places, and there was a woman that did like a dance with Shiva in it. And then the agave, they're made with the leaves from the agave plant that are gold leafed. And there's a goddess in Mexico called Maya Huel, who actually is the goddess of the agave. And so I thought it was appropriate to include her spirit in this iteration of it. And so this is Tony Cho's wife, which now I'm totally not remembering her first name. Roxy, do you know her first name?
Jimena.
Say it again.
Jimena.
Jimena, yes. So this is the image of Jimena standing in it in Miami during the show that we all had together in December. So I've made little small suns, large. This is the aureole, like the field of light around the body, and then also large scale wings with the agave, which are about just heart expansion and heart opening. So yeah, I'm just very inspired by the materials, and it's been a joy to play with them. And I feel like the agave is also making this comeback in terms, not a comeback, but like a deeper dive around regeneration and using it around in really dry climates. They can do a mixture of gardening using agave plants and a mix of different, I'm not going to remember the exact terminologies, but there was a way to keep the moisture in the soil using agaves and different plants as ground cover. So I know that there's some newer experimentation being done with it, but it felt appropriate piece to use for the title and the intention behind the show. So that's, I guess, what I'll say about it today. Thanks.
Beautiful, Carrie. I find that it was a sort of a brilliant irony that it was an armor piece, because it then stabbed one of our fellow revolutionaries in the show. That was a hilarious moment.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I feel like it has to be positioned where it can not be injurious to people. Yes.
No, but in all seriousness, it made me get closer to the piece and really understand what it was made of, and have such a deeper appreciation for also the temporality of it, and how sacred the agave plant is to so many cultures around the world, and this like preciousness that we have with art lasting forever, and the temporality of the fact that it only has so much time, and we only have so much time to kind of get our shit together. So anyways, I like went super deep with your piece and dug into all the layers of metaphor that I found, because it accidentally stabbed Speaker John Ash. It was great.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But I have seen in museums out west here in Arizona, I have seen museums with basketry made with the agaves that have lasted 100 years. So it could be archival. It's not, I think if it was exposed and left to the elements in rain and sun day in, day out, it would disintegrate pretty quickly. But if it was in a controlled environment, I think it will last plenty. And then I was thinking about even casting them in bronze and doing a full-on like long-term version, but that's a whole nother project.
That's amazing. Yeah, agave lasts for so long. I've had a few agave plants in my yard. They're very large and strong. This piece is so beautiful. And I also love that it's Jimena. She's a earth protector for sure. She's Colombian and recently just built a, bless you, Nico, built a moon temple with the Kogi natives and has been doing a lot of work. They have an indigenous foundation that they created to, or a foundation that helps fund different indigenous initiatives to protect their sacred cultures and preserve their lands.
Can I share, Carrie? I love this so much. I had the pleasure and honor to see it IRL during Design Science Studio Regenaissance in Miami, and it is absolutely magnificent and divine. So it just was both IRL and like Alice in Wonderland, what is real? And this is also IRL virtual. So yeah, just to me feels like such a like divine representation. And it also makes me think, as you were talking, the dancing Naturaja, like in the geometry of the world and across various traditions. So and love it that it is rooted in nature, in even literal as well as the metaphors. It's gorgeous. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. And I know that you've also been continuing to work with Nikki because of this, right? Because of the installation in Miami.
Yeah, we've connected, and she's been kind of like Chris, teaching me a bit more about how to. We actually did the same program a number of years ago in New York, and I had all these overlaps. So it was really cool to get to know her a bit better. But I feel quite on the outside of this NFT movement, and I would like to embed some technology in some of my newer works that I'm working on. But yeah, it's like this, how to bridge together the more, like the built 3D sculptures into like photographing them and integrating them into the digital world. So I feel like I'm learning a lot from her about how to just begin that journey, I guess, as I guess we all are as a community. So I really do appreciate having this space to share and to be included, because it felt like my very first NFT also.
That's exciting. So many of us. Yeah, it's a really, actually, speaking of Nikki, I want to shout out, love you, Nikki. Thanks to Nikki, we had not one, but two NFT sessions this cohort of the Design Science Studio. The first one was all about the art historical movement that we're in and what's happening and kind of how to navigate it and how to sense make around it. And the second one was how to mint, but we use Tezos, and Nikki she's just been such a strong partner. We meet every single week about our partnership with the studio. She's really committed to all the artists and to our kind of collective shared mission. And thanks to her, we are able to build a new art city, and so many things happen because of Nikki Selkin. So and she's an amazing artist. There's art in the show also. All right, we're gonna go over. Let's see who's nearby. Oh, Amanda, there you are. That was easy peasy. Didn't have to go very far. I'm gonna go into the animated version of this Magical Earth Guardian.
Oh yes, and the animation was done by my friend Simon Hajduk, who's here. And there's an echo, so if you unmute.
Sorry. Watching it over and over again. Maybe I'll just leave it on.
It's kind of, I mean, it's,
about it.
I wish it was even longer. I mean, it's a really special collaboration. It's a one of one first time little dance between myself, Simon Hajduk, who's here, who did the animation and is an amazing artist. And I'll mute myself too.
Simon, if you can turn on your echo cancellation, maybe. But otherwise, we'll just mute ourselves.
I think.
Yeah, I think you just have to wait to when we're not talking, then unmute, because if there's an echo going on in your space, I think because of the speaker, an external speaker. But Desert Dwellers did the music for this piece, and which we're super stoked on. And this was actually worked on last year, and we created this together. We weren't quite sure what we were gonna use it for, and so when this call came to submit a piece for this exhibit, I figured this would be a perfect one, the Earth Guardian, especially for the theme of this exhibit. And yeah, it's beautiful to have it launched. I have not done much in the realm of NFTs yet, though I've been paying a little bit of attention, and I am very interested in NFTs really generating a lot for for good. So doing good sounded like a good platform, and especially in collaboration with Design Science and also Gray Area. I got to meet Nikki when we were in Miami in December, and the Earth Guardian, they kind of speak for themselves, I'd say. And there's also the trains in this piece. There's geodesic domes, which I paint in a lot of my pieces for, representing the new world, or the world that has yet to come. I feel like these structures are they've been in my paintings for many years. I've always loved being in them. The sacred fire is also there in the center. And right in the middle of the piece, you see that round rainbow that's a rainbow blanket, and there's people gathered all around it. This is the round table. This is the coming together of the rainbow tribe, together to remember each other, to share the stories of all of our journeys, and collaborate, dream and weave the world that we want to live in, that we want to be in, that we know is possible. And this is what we're really gathered here for. So this feels like the right place. And yeah, I'd like for Simon to share some words too. So I'll mute myself.
Sure, can you hear me? Is it echoing? No? Okay. Yeah, thanks. I don't know if I have a lot to share, except that it was a fun piece to work on. Amanda's art's really beautiful, and I've been animating my own art for a bunch of years and have some techniques down. And with this piece in particular, I love that it is part of this Doing Good project and launched through Vision Train and the Regenaissance here. I'm often looking for projects to get involved in that are within that similar alignment. I even had almost started a whole NFT, like Visionary NFT company last year that was moving in this direction, and it had a whole theme and myth base behind basically these types of like earth stewardship concepts. And this was one of the first pieces that I collaborated on. So, it feels good to have it be in existence now, and it's okay that it took a while to find its alignment with the right project, because over the past year I've seen a lot of people trying with NFTs to do good with them, like to try and have some extra layer of them providing something for the world within this sense of earth stewardship. And yeah, it's challenging to think of ways where art can have an impact in this way financially, and obviously visually the statement's easier to make. So yeah, I appreciate that it's here and it's fun to animate. I don't know if I have much more to say, but thank you.
Thanks, Simon. I'm so glad we get to play in these ways, you know, and it's been many years that we've been friends and artists, a part of many different circles and exhibits. And this is a new way to play. So this is beautiful. Thanks, everybody.
May I quickly just share some sprinkles of love here, Amanda and Simon and Desert Dwellers, who I started listening to after I heard this. So beautiful. I feel, Amanda, your art in itself is such exponential, infinite beauty. And then, Simon, your exponential, infinite magic and the music. To me, it's so wonderful because 1 + 1 + 1 is not 3. It is 33 by infinity. You know, how we can come together and the possibilities and beauty we can create when we come together. It's so inspiring and it just gives me goosebumps. So thank you. So inspiring.
Truly, this piece is incredible. I think that it is, you know, it does what the animation, like I feel it like rippling into the space and being like this warm, inviting essence and presence of care. And it is like both an individual and connected to the whole. And so I think it really embodies that Gaian principle of Earth Guardians as Earth. And yeah, so much to say, but this collaboration, I think it turned out so beautifully, and I love that it's Desert Dwellers. That's awesome. They're so wonderful. They've brought so many people outside. Right? I wonder if we should sort of naturally go to the other big collaboration that happened here, but that would require Turquoise to turn on your camera. Turquoise.
Real quick before that, one of the reasons it took me so long to mint these things is because I couldn't stop zooming into how you animated this, Simon. Amanda's piece is, I was like, how do I do that? How can I, okay, after, I don't know. Anyway, so very inspiring. Obviously, I think obvious for me by Amanda's work that I love. And then also what you added to it, Simon. Incredible.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it was so fun, and I try to bring like a meditative quality to the animations, like subtle but soothing. So there's like some smoothness and it feels good. I really like this one for it. It has this meditative quality to it, and yeah, I appreciate that. I hope to. I know a lot of people ask me, and I hope to release some tutorials someday soon. I keep thinking that I will, so I'm not trying to hoard the information. It just got to get around to making the time to make it available. But
That's
anyone
beautiful.
can feel free to ask me privately.
I may do this. I'll talk to Amanda and then anyway. Thank you.
I'm super inspired to learn how you and Neha. Neha's always animating her pieces. I'm sure y'all have a collaboration brewing if you weren't already thinking about it. Hopefully now you are. Yeah, amazing. Yay. Oh, we got Turquoise. Cool. So y'all, when I saw this piece, I freaked out. I watched it like 4 times. It's like 9 minutes long or something, and it was definitely 3 in the morning. I'm not even gonna introduce it. I'm just gonna hand it over to Turquoise, the stirrer of the soup, and Sherry.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Sherry, you there, beloved?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, so I'd love to have you introduce our piece.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think it's really cool to tell the origin story, because I think that origin stories are sometimes we've heard a little bit of them, but because this was a collaboration and it was very highly emergent. So I think that we're learning how to dance with emergence. So I shared with Turquoise like in January, a link to a talk I had done to the co-creators Convergence. And it was a talk that normally they give to Barbara Marx Hubbard to do the first talk of the year. And they were like, well, Barbara has passed away. Who can we do? Well, we're going to have Sherry. So I was so grateful for that. That felt really awesome. And Turquoise heard a piece in there, a section, and said, I didn't know that this was in the DSS space because I'm not in it, although I feel like I'm in it, this was emergent. And so she planted the idea with Benjamin and I. We had a very juicy call. And to be really honest, I thought for sure Turquoise was going to be in it with us. But Turquoise had to move. So it became, she made it happen by initiating the seed. And then I wouldn't have known, and I don't know what would have happened. And because it was happening within DSS, she kind of like brought me in, which was super generous. So the piece that she grabbed onto was about each person having a unique note in the symphony of who we are becoming. That was kind of like this piece of like, right, when we learn how to harmonize together, well, then we're unstoppable. We're actually then out of the fragmentation into this like harmonic, beauty-filled, expansive, we get better and better and win-win-win happens, and we're not in win-lose anymore. And we get to fulfill our life's purpose. So that's a little bit of an expansion. And so I love doing meditations. And I just kind of tapped into what she picked out and went for it and dropped it in, because I like channel and kind of drop it in. And then I did a little editing. Benjamin did a little editing. And then he did the visuals. And then he had some music too, but then he asked Rain from Future Primitive to, hey, what do you think about some of your music? And then he really was the wizard who, it like happened in 3 days or something. That was also the first NFT of my life. Whoa. And I was so happy, and it felt like such a kind of coming down from the higher planes, you know? It was a gift of, I long for us, you know, my podcast is called Awakening Together. I long for us to be more in harmonic with each other and in harmony. And that sometimes we have to alchemize, you know, and so, you know, and Benjamin's new podcast is omni-harmonic. So is, you know, this field of the beauty way and harmony. So yeah, it's like a love song from Gaia herself for us to be like the best we can be in harmony with each other.
Anything you want to add, Turquoise? I would love for you to add. And then play the whole thing, which is a gift to experience.
Whoa! Yeah, thank you for that, Sherry. You're taking me back. It feels like it's been a long time since then to now. Yeah, so a fun thing is like how these emergent pieces get woven definitely feels like an astral conversation or a meta conversation that like becomes realized at a, you know, temporal point in time, but they're happening all over. And so I'm talking to Sherry and this pot or this piece, the Barbara Marx Hubbard piece, and in another channel, I'm talking to Benjamin about the overtone series or the harmonic series of this idea of like if you take a string and like let's say this is 1, 2 in the same 2 waves in the same space of one length, and then 3, and then 4, and so these waves stack on top of each other, and as you kind of get them in alignment, and in the same way that one might sense into their own body with other beings, like an instrument, and so align on this kind of these harmonic melodies, right? And so vibrationally speaking, or using synchronistic heart resonance or just somatic sensing, there are ways that we can tune into a field and kind of harmonize with one another. And we see this in math, and we see this in music. And so I'm having this conversation of the divine math of the cosmos and the new music of the spheres, as I call it, whether it's at the planetary scale or the human scale or the quantum scale or the micro, meso, macro scale, that there's this kind of divine sacred math that we can think about of how we harmonize with one another. And so bringing Benjamin and Sherry together to display that, and I believe we use the Schumann resonance over that. It's just a really fun, juicy NFT. And this is my first NFT too. So I'm just really, really glad and grateful that this meditation exists in the way that it does as a practice of doing this kind of cosmic improv or conversational jazz, whether we're speaking psychically or with our bodies or with our emotions. So, and yes, and there's a little bit of geometry. There's a little bit of tensegrity, a little bit of lovely things in the center. So I'll stop there. Looks like you pulled it up, and so we can experience it.
I don't hear anything yet.
Yeah, is there volume there?
There is. Hold on.
Yeah, maybe a restart. I believe those are the platonic solids and the...
Interesting that it's not sharing audio, because definitely audio is playing and it's got computer audio. But maybe if I share it a different way, let's try.
Maybe the volume is just off on it.
I think the volume might have
definitely on, because I was listening to it.
Oh.
But I'm gonna play it. I was doing a desktop view, and I'm gonna play it by showing this screen. Tell me if you can hear it.
Welcome.
Thumbs up.
Tuning our body.
It went away again.
To the rhythms and pulse of creation.
Third time's a charm. Very strange. Never does this.
Welcome. Tuning our bodies, our instruments, to the humming vibrations of life, to the rhythms and pulse of creation.
I'm going to do this
to your own
way
inner
because
presence.
The computer is being weird. I'm going to do it by playing the actual file, which I played a few days ago. And so it's downloaded. Haha. I think maybe something with the platform itself, but it's right here. Yeah.
While you're setting that up, I'm just going to mention that when I heard that, when it played to open the sessions, I freaked out. It was so beautiful. And I heard all the voices of DSS coming through. Thank you.
Okay.
I have something to share real quick too, if it's good time.
Hold on.
But see chat, Roxy.
Tuning our bodies, our instruments, to the humming vibrations of life, to the rhythms and pulse of creation. First, tune in to your own inner presence, the inner vibrations that make up your unique expression, your unique gift, you as original medicine for a healing earth. Breathe into the still point within your body. You are an antenna receiving, and beaming. Even as you hear sounds around you, seemingly from the outside, allow this field of intelligence to reverberate within you as you become even more aware of the unique note that you are. We are in the creation field, the sourcing field, the womb of life. We are tuning our instrument to the heartbeat of life, the Earth's song, humanity's song, and your voice, your exquisite presence and essence has never been here before. And we need your note to join the celebration for collective thriving. Notice how every moment is an opportunity to tune our instrument, to drop into deeper trust of ourselves, a deeper love and appreciation of who we are and who we are becoming. This becomes an act of creation. Remember, know thyself. You are an ancient and future human, and know that you belong to this intimacy of life, the one and the many. Feel your own delightful vibrations emanating from within. As you gather in this gravity of awareness, you begin to open yourself more fully to feel the wholeness, the seamlessness of life, and this allurement of yearning to co-create with others in harmony. Struggle no longer belongs to this symphony of sounds. This emerging organic ecstasy, being fully present to life as a love story and to your perfect belonging in the harmony of the cosmos. Now feel the presence of others and their essences and their unique notes. Together, we are needed. Together, we awaken in beauty and truth and goodness. We are unstoppable as the heartbeat of humanity. Allow this realization to penetrate every cell in your body. Your body at the core of this fractal, connected to everyone who is here with us. This is the essence of a global coordination system where we are co-ordaining each other into our highest expression. Being able to play like a jazz ensemble, like an improv band for solutions and innovations and wise decision-making, all on behalf of the whole. Feel how we can synergize effortlessly when we welcome others in their uniqueness and we let them shine and we join together in this beautiful song. Always grounded in our note, our capacities from this place to listen, to welcome the newness and the new harmonies. This is innate and is our birthright. Our bodies, like vibrating antennae, for our most amazing expression as we co-create together a world that works for all. Repeat after me. I am fully present. I am listening to the wholeness around me. I belong in this song of life. We belong to this song of life.
Gosh, that sure feels good.
Right?
I'm like, woo!
Better than I remembered it. The cymatics on Earth and the language. Thank you, Sherry. That was beautiful. And Benjamin with the visualizations.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's important to name too, I'm always tuned to the wholeness, and that while I'm not officially in DSS, I'm in the field and then was woven in through Turquoise and Benjamin and others that I know here and I track, that this also arises from the morphic field that has been cultivated of the Design Science Studio, and that's actually part of the birthing field itself as well, in service to the highest expression of Design Science Studio and its emanation in the world.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that, Sherry. Yeah, you are definitely a part of it, I think. We're all a part of it. And it is so beautiful to name that, like you were saying, turquoise wove the threads, like the threads are also connected to our collective threading that we've all been doing, uplifting the importance of the diverse mediums and approaches of creativity that are helping make the world work for all life. And this is so powerful. I had, which Amanda knows, because right after I had this crazy journey, I sent her maybe a really long voice memo or something. It was a wild psychedelic journey, and the landing of it was basically that omnipresent all of the time. There is a version of this reality where all life is thriving, and it's our role in this life to harmonize back to that which is our true nature, which is already always happening. And so this piece also like really connected me back with that, like knowing and remembering the like remembering ourselves home back to that which is that. Really touched me about this one.
Yeah. Touches my heart. That's really the first collaborative art that I've done like that. I've done other kinds of things, but not like that. And it was so really effortless. It just was a flow state. And tuned in, and I was like, yeah, this is how to create. This is a good way to flow with life, and also the capacity of to be so tuned to the emerging wholeness that is like, you can't be an earth guardian if you're not here for the whole of it all. And to be tuning into that new emerging gestalt within, like Amanda's painting, those people, I'm just like, oh, those people around that rainbow, and we are all that. So yeah, I feel very moved and grateful to have been invited to play and to have been able to bring some of my creativity and my love and genius into the mix, and to feel the synergenius.
That should go in the book. Nico, do you hear that?
Synergenius.
Synergenius.
Since I'll say it many times, then it gets in there. It roots. Oh, I love it so much, Sherry and Turquoise and Future Primitive and Benjamin. Like, what an epic collaboration. Like, this is definitely, one for the books. And it's such a journey. It really is. It's something that, like, 9 minutes, it just grounds you right there. So, I mean, I think it expands the concept of the NFT for me, of it being something that's really useful just as a work of art. I mean, I believe all works of art are useful, as they move, as they don't move, as whatever their full intentions, that are put into them. But this is really a special piece. So, and I think you're also so very awesome. I've connected with you individually in different ways, but I look forward to much more of that. I want to play with you all, and just being here in this little circle on the train in Regenera with the design science bringing us together. It's like, I mean, this is the game here. It's linking our train cars and connecting us. So, so we can get amped up even further to just go those extra miles and, squeeze out the the nectar, because it's really when it gets to those points of, sometimes we just want to, we want to give up, but we need our friends to, like, cheer us on. And yeah, I want to make more awesome art just because of being in this circle. So very cool. Thanks for putting this together, Roxy and Nikki and Chris.
Can I just quickly also add to that, Turquoise and Sherry and everybody involved in the weaving, it made me both immerse and float at the same time. And I thought the universe was in me and I was in the universe. It was so beautiful. So thank you. It's magical. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Neha and Amanda. Oh, and this experiential utility of NFTs. So, art that tunes us. I was, as you were saying that, Amanda, one of the sort of jam sessions in the ideation phase of this was this image of the orchestra, right? But an emergent orchestra, not with a conductor necessarily, but at the beginning of an orchestral performance, there's this part where the strings do a thing. It's like do 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 do, and everybody goes do 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 do, and then they try to do one note together, and the horns are like, you know, like you can look at on YouTube of like the beginning where everybody's kind of tuning up. Okay, what's our okay, da, da, da. And it reminds me of this of like, okay, everyone on the SDG coordination. Hey, tune your instruments to this meditation with this fun. All right, now we're gonna coordinate and play together. Here's a note, here's an A or whatever. So thank you for bringing.
Yeah, that's a kind of interesting idea. You know, I also believe in the power of the field to hold shared intentions, because intentions in the quantum world are actually very activating, and they are directionality, and they move energy, and they create coherence, shared intentions. And gosh, you know, really, we are the new UN, but we don't yet realize we're the new UN. But it's like an identity we haven't quite figured out, well, what does that look like? But, you know, the global coordination, I've heard, you know, all some of our favorite people who are like at this level of like talking about the meta crisis, like Daniel Schmachtenberger and others in the Consilience Project. You know, global coordination is the thing that we need. And it's kind of like, right, as we learn to globally coordinate at the next level of scale, and those capacities to do so come online, we're actually going to discover that we have this power to serve and create at another level of scale. And I think that that's where that meditation is like, can you imagine the UN listening to a meditation like that? That would like harmonize the field, or other kinds of spaces like that, or conferences where we would just tune in. You know, there's so many ways to kind of do the jazz kind of social jazz space, but how we do it in a way that takes us in and is seamless at the same time.
That's one of the greatest potentials of immersive art. It provides that inactive environment, that can help us learn in those spaces that are, you know, portals into new ways of being, the didactic shift, and, you know, that through shared experience. And I think we just lived that. That was pretty good. What's the word? Scientific method in action here.
It was pretty good.
I have a hypothesis and it worked. Yes. Okay, great. We're on track. The experiments are working. Design science. Comprehensive anticipatory design science in action. A la harmonized.
I think Bucky's happy.
Bucky is definitely happy.
Yeah. There's an icosahedron in there. I mean, it feels like there's some resonance with what he was trying to do with, you know, creating a way to see the earth in a different way, that geoscope. And so just, you know, feeling the fields around the earth, trying to visualize all these things coming together. I got to say that the icosahedron is so mesmerizing. I just can't stop looking at it.
That hats off to Benjamin, because we had talked about this of like, okay, well, we've got the earth and then we've got cymatics. Should we do platonic solids? Should we do, you know, like 12, the circle of fifths is what we were looking at first. And then he's like, oh, the jitterbug, like I think it's called the jitter thing that Bucky talks about. And he's like, yeah. And so that was his idea that he brought into it of like, it's moving. And if you notice, it aligns with the particular cymatic frequency of water that we were searching, so that the lines of the icosahedron actually kind of make the complex patterns in the back that you're seeing that are moving. So as it's moving, there's actually vector symmetry on those sorts of things. So the mesmerizing of when it goes into its kind of like mandala, very like, you know, tiny fractals, and then it gets into like lower cymatic frequencies of like, how can you align those in parts and wholes so that, it's subdivided And you can layer all of that on the earth, right? So like these things are different frameworks of seeing matter and pattern. We had talked about this too, mater and pater, like mother and father. Matter and pattern is something I was like, Benjamin, I got this thing, ma and pa, matter and pattern. And Sherry's like, yes. I was like, where's that from? Is that new? Is that like, where's that meme from? So ma and pa.
We took notes we had one good, all three of us together in a jam before everything started, and it was a juicy jam field, you know. So there's something about how we can really drop into those fields together.
Oh, we lost you, Sherry.
I think we lost Sherry there.
You're.
Is it back? I think
we can
I was
drop
just
into the field, and then,
yeah, I was like dropping into the field.
You dropped right in it.
Yeah.
Definitely sending some love out to Rain, Future Primitive, and Benjamin Life for also weaving all of this together, and the four of you creating the fields within the fields and bringing us all into it. There's so much. I kept thinking it was your voice, Turquoise, and I think you and Sherry have like a similar intonation, and it could have, if you had told me it was you, I would have believed you. And it's like I could hear I could hear each of you. I don't know Rain really very well, but I felt like I could hear Ben, and I could hear Turquoise's brain, and I could hear Sherry's brain. So can you remind us again one more time, like the writing was a part of a larger body of work, or like the seed of it and then it was expanded?
No, the writing came through me.
Okay.
That was just came through. It's kind of how I think anyway. So, and then Benjamin did a few fine tunings of like a line here or there, like here's a few different words, here's a few different words, and we have a good writing relationship. But yeah, when I go into it, I mean, Turquoise pointed me to like, she just planted the seed of like that thing that you said in that talk, and I'd sent her the link. And I was like, okay, yeah, the synergy, the harmony, the together, the harmonic, the global symphony, and then it just comes through. So that's kind of. I actually have another meditation on awakeningtogether.bandcamp that I did with Yaima. Moss from Yaima is a good friend, and he like for like 10 years, and then he was going to do it, and then Pepper heard it and said, can I do something? So you hear Pepper's voice in it, and it's called Deepening into Essence. And I'm going to be, and Theo is going to do some music stuff with some of my meditations coming up. So I'm happy to like have an NFT meditation with those visuals in the field and in this studio. The Design Science Studio feels like, may it serve, may all the art and all the things serve to awaken humans, to awaken into their right relationship in life, and to how we can really steward our planet in a much more beautiful way.
Beautiful. Well, this is a very appropriate segue for Stephen Bao, who literally takes complexity and maps models of reality. So perfect. I am going to welcome Stephen Bao to share about your work, and I will screen share again and take us over to the installation, although I think it's this way. Too many windows up. Okay, there we go. So Stephen, feel free to go ahead and unmute while I
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it's interesting how the day has unfolded, because it was Mark basically knocking on my door in a way, first thing in the morning, saying, I want you to write something. And so I'm not sure if I should share it today, but kind of resonating with what was being shared today, because I titled it Remembering to be Human. And it's specifically about today, about resilience and coming together. So, and that's what I was trying to do with these two pieces. It started out with just one graphic that I was, it was coming together from an experience that I had created for kind of like a participatory design workshop for a Christian dance studio. And they were challenging me with the idea of how do we draw people to this space where people can be healed through an embodied practice of dance, where it involves a process, a long process. So it's a 4-year program where people come in and start to realize that there's more to the practice than just knowing how to move. It involves a whole bodied and spirit, mind, body engagement with the self. And so what I've created is a number of ways that you can interact with this. And now, because of Nikki and Roxy's invitation to become part of this NFT drop, now there's an NFT version of this experience. But essentially what I'm doing here is I wanted to, well, this was just fun with New Art City. I was wanting to push the boundaries of what you could do with it. And I realized, oh, you can put a transparent PNG in front of a background and kind of offset it from the background so that you get this kind of parallax effect as you're moving around it. And so I separated the background image from the actual graphic that floats on top. And so what I'm trying to do here is actually combine everything about what it means to design the human experience into a kind of graphic where you start at the center, where you've got awareness and motivation and connection are being connected to time, energy, and matter. So it's recognizing that we can't have this human experience outside of everything that's already around us. We're not separate from anything because we wouldn't exist without, everything else around us. So understanding that, okay, maybe, I've altered things a little bit as I've tried out different models, but this is what came out at the end of 2019. And it was trying to connect all the dots between, okay, we're just part of time, energy, and matter. Just here's Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, kind of at the center of like, is this the reality that we're in? But then we go out in these concentric circles out to our understanding of what the heart, mind, and body are, and then how they're connected to the 6 senses. And then beyond that, we're thinking about cognitive behavioral therapy and how we can move the wheel in a way in different directions, depending on how we're interacting with the heart, mind, body trinity, in effect. So this is actually drawing from the Christian conception of Trinity, but also going back to Genesis 1. And these were inquiries that I was having throughout my life, like trying to understand, what does all this mean? How do they all fit together? And, this is what started my journey into the design science studio was recognizing, oh, this is really interesting. This is something I'd like to share with people and just see if there's resonance across the political divides or the religious divides. And so these were not called entropy and syntropy before. They were called the nation state and then the builder, because what I was trying to do was create a sense of like, what is a builder's collective? A reinstantiation of the Bauhaus, understanding, you know, what was the Bauhaus doing? They were trying to understand the materials that they were building with for the modern world. And they used color, they used shape. So they discovered primary colors and created the color wheels, and started with elementary shapes like the sphere, the cone, and the cube. And these became sort of emblematic of what like modernist, futurist design was going to look like, because they were starting from scratch. Everything had collapsed. They were throwing away all the classical imagery and symmetry of the past, all that decoration, so that they could start really simply and then build up a new aesthetic for what the future should look like, because they're in complete crisis. And so they needed to gather the artists and architects and painters and sculptors to reimagine what the world could look like. And so that's why I brought in these primary colors, but you'll notice on the entropy side, it's red. On the syntropy side, it's magenta. So I'm really playing up on how things have changed in terms of the technology and how we think of CMYK as kind of the new language of this corporate communications age. But it's almost like, well, it's kind of old now, because we're in the internet age, and thinking of CMYK is so passe. But there's something about using magenta that made it brighter and more inviting, more fun. Whereas the red really picked up on the 500 years of colonization that has led to the corporate structures that we have, and how the original conception of this was actually, you'll notice there's arrows on the circles. And so it's really spiraling out from the center. And entropy is going in reverse, because when you're faced with a stimulus, you go straight to response, and then you're rationalizing through interpretation afterwards. And then you spin this whole cycle into, how do you build these massive social systems that are actually amplifying this to the size of the globe. And so as we move to the syntropy side, we'll notice that this is how we calm the body down. It's by understanding that, oh, I have a stimulus. Now let me process that through perception and cognition, through this interpretation of, oh, what's going on there? Maybe I can just observe that and then actually go into a more of a rational response to that stimulus. And as we go into that creative cycle of understanding how we turn those things like vision and will and effort into influence and agency and capacity, then it grows into an understanding that we are imagining, designing, and building the world. And this is an idea that really came out of my experience as a UX design mentor. So user experience design is all about understanding, well, we're not actually designing artifacts anymore. We're designing entire social systems. So this ephemeralization of design from building products, and services, and all these tangible systems that we're unleashing on the world, now we realize well, what is Facebook? What is Twitter? What are all these things that we're creating in these kind of ephemeral virtual spaces? They're actually ways of connecting humans to humans, but we're doing it in a way that is still exploitative. Is there another way that we can do this? And so what I was finding as I was teaching user experience designers to be designers, first they had to figure out, how do I get rid of this sense of imposter syndrome? So I really had to take them through this process of going, well, stop comparing yourself to others, stop competing with other designers, because that's actually going to be self-defeating. What you're recognizing is you're becoming part of a cohort of other designers who are going to be your peers, and you're learning from them. You're learning from everybody else, and you become part of this amazing group of people who are changing the world from the inside out. So little do the corporations know that they're drawing these artists and designers and empaths into the heart of their organizations, because they know they need them to survive. They need this innovation organism that is able to continue this process of innovations that is necessary for them to actually maintain their profits. But once the designers and the artists become awakened and alive to their own agency and their own power, they can recognize, well, should we not be in service of not just human beings, but in service of the whole world? If we change that mind shift within those organizations, then what's going to stop them from either changing everything from the inside out, or just going, no, we refuse our labor to these organizations, and we will only serve what is in the best interest of human beings, which is going to be what is in the best interest of the earth. So understanding that entropy is the system that they're building and maintaining is going to really wake them up instantly to, no, I can't be part of this anymore. There must be an alternative, and there is. So in that way, I'm thinking it can possibly have the effect of like COVID. You know, as soon as you know that you're creating harm for other people, you're not going to go outside your house, because you know, I don't know what effect I'm going to be having on these people. So if I'm empathic to what's going on, I have to be responsible. So if we can change on a dime like that, what happens if we make this mind shift throughout all these designers, all these artists? And you just have to show them a model that's much more effective in describing their own experience and describing the world that we live in, so that instead of these models where it's only like here's profit over time, like they're looking through this tiny pinhole as if that's reality. And once we have this more holistic frame, even getting rid of the frame and just saying, no, we're in all these nested spheres of reality. And if we leave that out of the equation, then we're working against ourselves, because we're driving this engine of entropy rather than being engaged in this amazing model of life, this reality of life that has been in process for, as far as we know, 13.77 billion years to achieve us. Why would we tear that all down in just a few hundred years, just because we have access to all these oil resources that took millions of years to store. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, but I can share this document, Remembering to be Human, because now I've expanded on this idea over a couple of years, and it really does feel like a theory of everything.
Amazing. Wow, it is a theory of everything. I mean, you've got it figured out. I mean, I think the part that really landed for me is like once they realized that this system isn't going to work, here we've got something to offer them, you know, and that
Right.
map is pretty specific. And I have to say, I had to bring it out to go find this card because specifically this piece reminds me of Paul Laffoley. And I imagine that you're familiar with his work.
I'm not, no.
Well, you will be pleasantly surprised with quite an epic character to discover. I'm going to show you that this piece is it's from the Galactic Trading Cards, which is something that everybody in Regenera has, you know. And so if you can't find yours, you might need to go find a deck. But this specific piece too, I can get it even. It's titled, I mean, your name is in it. And I think that's so fascinating. And these paintings, these are actually paintings that are like these huge diagrams. And he was a very fascinating map maker and visionary artist. And I learned of him through Alex and Allison Gray. And yeah, you're gonna have fun playing with Paul Laffoley.
Yeah, totally.
He's not with us anymore, but yeah, Stephen, thank you so much for going into such depth. I feel like I want to listen even deeper. Yeah, you almost got it there, Sherry. One more F. And Neha, I have a feeling Neha might want to share something too.
I loved, you know, when the right brain, left brain unite in wholeness, which I confess, Stephen, as a student of physics like Roxy, I have been a student of entropy. I never knew the word entropy. I Googled it as you started talking. And I love, you know, the two definitions that popped up. How interesting. One says the occasional tendency of two diseases to co-sec into one. And simultaneously, it says in the same breath, the psychological state of wholeness associated with others. How interesting. So, you know, as you were talking, and I loved how, I love the texture of your piece, you know, in the backdrop and the diagrams. And as a lover of colors, may all data and complexity diagrams be like that. And I was really reflecting as you were sharing, isn't this one of the most profound questions to behold, you know, entropy, syntropy, light and dark, grief and joy. Also, yeah, how do we behold these seemingly opposite or, you know, different states, and how do we evolve? Like I like the mind body, you know, interplay in each of them. So I'm just so looking forward to being in meditation with both of them, you know, and taking in both the individual dots and the wholeness of the piece together. So just, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, and I feel in listening to you, not just now, always, I feel this calming wave. So I just really appreciate both our connection through Design Science Studio and your sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neha. Well, thank you for even also noticing that it really is meant to be like a reflection of that kind of left or right brain kind of way of thinking of the world, which we have amplified into our technologies. And it really was trying to think of a way to figure out how do we connect those, and then realizing, well, they're already connected. We just sometimes do that with ourselves. We amplify one side over the other. And I've been more of a whole brain kind of thinker most of my life. And I've been sort of puzzling over, well, why am I so different? and what I'm recognizing as I meet more and more people is just, we're all the same. And this is a way that we see the different sides of our beings and recognize they are part of us. So what do we do with that? We can't just run away from ourselves. We have to recognize those are there and then be very intentional about the way we think about how we want to use, like Daniel Kahneman's System 1 and System 2 thinking, right? To actually be intentional about, there are times when one works because we're in danger and we need to react right away. But there's other times where we, like now, we really can't be in a panic state. We really have to be intentional about how we're going to address these problems.
Oh, wow. I see a citizen of Regenera along with Amanda. Go ahead.
No, I was just feeling that there's, there's a lot to digest from the day and from this show, that is, we didn't get to look at all the works. I think we're going to come back to them tomorrow. And this auction is up for 6 days. And it's taken along, so please share it with others that might just enjoy the work and even more so acquire it. Supporting these wonderful artists and helping share this the messages in the work. And yeah, it's all connected to a great map. And I'm so happy to see a citizen of Regenera here, who I know is very responsible for collecting all this amazing also information and so that we can reflect on it in the future, this book, and I just think of all of the art that's being collected in these different exhibits of New Art City and Topia and all of these little like treasures that are being hidden all over the place. And well, they're not hidden, they're actually very available to us now and for future generations to get inspired by. And all of this work that's going into these projects here are like breadcrumb trails taking us back into the future.
One of the inspirations that we had for Regenera was the Hellenistic Museum that not many people know about, but it was these complex and series of buildings, out of which you might have heard of the Library of Alexandria. There was just one part of this, but there was a much larger complex where like scholars from all over the world would come and live together and experience and live in this place where like books from all over the world would come to the library, and they created this like gigantic place for just like the study of being and like the design of society in many ways. And like many of the ways that we have today, we need to thank to those who in those times sat down to think about how to do it differently. So, yeah. definitely leaving breadcrumbs and like building spaces that can hold all this knowledge that has been accumulated and created. And we're so happy that this is happening in our main hexagon of the city. Thank you for having these fantastic conversations. It's so fun.
It's like a gift that keeps giving, overflowing. Yeah.
And well, I am Tico, and I come from the Council of Story. It's one of the many councils of Regenera. And today I wanted to offer all of you a very special gift. It's going to be one of the origin stories that our elders told us at the beginning of time, when we were in the process of imagining Regenera and redesigning our society, and that really allowed us to to connect with some important ideas that we've carried on for decades, and that have crafted really what Regenera, the floating city, is today. So it's a story, and what I'm going to ask of you, I'm going to give you a minute. If you're ready, just like close your eyes and breathe. If you're not wearing headphones, I would strongly recommend that you get one, so we can be a little bit more intimate. So I'm gonna leave a minute of silence so we can all like sink into our breath. And if you don't have headphones, you can go grab them. And then at some point, I'll just start with the story. Feel free to close your eyes if you want, and it's not too long. Don't worry. Were on your way home, right? It was a car accident, particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. Left behind a husband and 2 children. Yes, painless death. It's I do best to say to you that 2 of it, the body was so utterly shattered, you were better off. Trust me. And that's when you met me. What happened? You asked, where am I? He died. I said to you, my life. There was no point in tweaking that word. You were shocked. I remember that. Yeah, I said. I yeah, don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies, I said. Look around. There was nothingness. Vast extension and some fog in the distance. You and me. What is this place? Is this the afterlife? More or less, I said. You God? He asked. Yeah, I replied, I am God. But my kids, my husband. Words came out of your mouth, suddenly remembering. What about them? I smiled. So, will they be all right? That's what I like to see, I said. Just died, and the main concern is for your family. That's good stuff. Look at me with fascination. I didn't look like God. I just looked like some man, possibly a woman. Big authority figure. More like a grammar school teacher than the Almighty. Don't worry, I said to you. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfect in every way. They didn't have time to grow contempt for you. Your husband will cry on the outside, but will be secretly relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. But if it's any consolation, he'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, he looked down. So what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or neither? You'll be reincarnated. Oh, but the Hindus were right. Oh, all religions are right in their own way, I said. Just walk with me. Follow along as we strode through the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular. It's just nice to walk while we talk. So what's the point then? You asked. When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby. So all my experience and everything I did in this life won't matter. Not so, I said. You have within you all the knowledge and experiences of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. Stop walking and took you by the hands. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you can possibly imagine. Human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's hot or cold. You put a tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you gain all the experiences it had. You have been in a human form for the last 48 years. So you haven't stretched out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hang out here for long enough, you start remembering everything. Although there is no point on doing that between each life. Wait, how many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots. Lots and lots. And into lots of different lives. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant 540 years before the fall of Rome. Wait, what? Your breath accelerated. You're sending me back in time? Well, I guess technically I am. Time, as you know it, only exists in your universe. Things are a little different where I come from. Where you come from, you said? Oh, sure, I explained. I come from somewhere else. And there are others like me. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but honestly, you wouldn't understand. Oh, you said, a little let down. But wait. If I get reincarnated to other places in time, you could have interacted with myself at some point. Sure, it happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own lifespan, you didn't even know it's happening. So, what's the point of it all? Seriously? Are you asking me for the meaning of life? Isn't that a bit of a commonplace? I look you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe, is for you to mature. Do you mean mankind? You want us to mature, right? No, just you. I made this whole universe for you. You look at me in awe. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Wait, it's me? What about everyone else? There is no one else. In this universe, there's just you and me. Stare blankly at me, but all the people on Earth, all you, different incarnations of you. Wait, I am everyone? You're getting it. I am every human being who ever lived, or who will ever live. Yes. Cleopatra? And Napoleon too? I added. I'm Hitler, you said with a crack in your voice. And you are the millions he killed. Jesus? Yeah. And everyone who followed him. You fell silent. Every time you have victimized someone, you were victimizing yourself. Every act of kindness you've done to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any human was or will be experienced by you. You thought for a long time, completely quiet. The nothingness extended around us in all directions. The silence was deafening. Why, you ask? Why do all this? I smiled kindly. Because someday you will become like me. Because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You are my child. You looked on, appalled. Your heart was beating. Your voice was really soft. You mean I am God? No, not yet. You're just the features. Still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to live one. So the whole universe, it's just an egg, I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life. I sent you away.